of September 27th, 2021. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Leslie, you may be having audio issues on your end.
Yes, Councilmember Cormack here.
Apparently, Danny, would you mind taking the lead?
Yes, of course. Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsa,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
and everyone is present.
Great. Our first item tonight is item number 2, which is a closed session item. It's a conference with labor negotiators. Let's see if there are any members of the public that would like to speak to this item. And I'm not currently seeing no public attendees. So have we opened the meeting to the public? Danny or Leslie, just wanted to check.
Yes, I am confirming that the Zoom is open and the webinar has started.
Great. Okay, so I guess I'm looking for a motion from council members.
Second.
Okay, we're going to start the voting tonight with Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
and Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And myself, I will vote yes. So we're going to go into closed session. We're supposed to return in an hour at 6 o'clock. No reportable action. We're going to move on to a study session on 525 East Charleston by Eden Housing. We have an hour agendized to talk about this project. Director Late.
Great. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'd like to give a brief introduction and then ask Supervisor Simidian to make some comments, followed by a project presentation from nonprofit housing developer Eden Housing. And it'll be Kate Blessing Kayumara, I believe, to initiate that presentation. What is being shared with the council this evening is a conceptual project. We've received no formal application submittal at this. However, staff and the prospective applicant have had numerous conversations about the project to understand the various state laws that apply, including legislation and application of the state density bonus, which when combined allows for ministerial processing, which means staff level review, and concessions from the city's zoning code. Our staff report provides more analysis, and we're here to answer any council member questions. While this is not a pre-screening, ask that the council refer any opinions about the project beyond the conceptual remarks, and certainly if you have any questions or comments, we would like to hear those, however. You'll hear more about the project from Eden Housing, but Mayor, with your acceptance, I'd like to invite Supervisor Simidian for some remarks before we hear from Eden Housing.
Sure. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you all very much. And I am starting the clock on myself, Mr. Mayor, so you know I'm going to be crisp. I really just wanted to say thank you to the city for taking the time to give this project the early consideration I believe it deserves. It's been a few years ago now that I urged my council colleagues my board colleagues rather, to identify a source of funds for housing to serve the lower income folks in our developmentally disabled community. Fortunately, the board was amenable to that, and we have put some funds aside. As you know, this is a county-owned site, so we have the benefit of having the land in pocket and under control. And finally, I will just say that I was particularly pleased that the board was willing to take a valuable piece of real estate and dedicate it to this purpose when we realized that the land would be reverting to our county just in the coming year. I think you will hear tonight the crying need for this kind of housing and housing to serve not just folks in the DD community, but others as well, all of it affordable. Has to be a winner for our community, and I'm really pleased to turn it over now to the development team to let them share their vision and hear your thinking about how we go from here. And the only other thing I would say is I would ask people to take a look at the bottom of page 6 of the staff report. Yes, I did read the staff report because there was reference to concessions under various permit streamlining measures, and I thought it was noteworthy that the developer team has worked so hard to not ask for 3 concessions that they were otherwise entitled to by law, really trying to avoid that to the greatest degree possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. And I'm really proud of this, and I think the community will be too.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. And we'd like to thank the council tonight for the opportunity to present this project to you for your study. I am Kate Conley. I'm the principal of OJK Architecture and Planning, the architect for Eden Housing for this project. And we are happy to present our proposed project at 525 East Charleston Road to you tonight. As a brief overview of our agenda for the evening, we do plan to first give Eden Housing the opportunity to present themselves and their organization to you. Then we'll launch into a series of slides that recap our community workshops that we've had with the neighbors and community members surrounding this project site. We'll then take you through a quick series of diagrams showing how we arrived at the building form as it stands today, and then layering on the ways in which we've directly incorporated community input onto that basic building form. And finally, we'll have a brief discussion of the entitlements information, the key information regarding that proposed for this project, and then of course, open it up for your discussion. So I'd now like to have Kate Blessing Kawamura give an introduction to her organization, Eden Housing.
Thank you very much, Kate, and thank you, Supervisor, for getting things started. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Blessing Kawamura, as Kate already said, and I'm a senior project developer at Eden Housing. Eden is a nonprofit developer, property manager, and service provider with over 50 years of experience throughout the Bay Area and the state. Every day we create the housing needed to make sure all of our neighbors have a place to call home and advocate for still more. Because safe and affordable housing helps families stay secure, allows communities to thrive, and solves many of our city's most pressing challenges. Next slide, please. We're extremely excited to be working with Ability Path on the Mitchell Park project. Ability Path has over 100-year track record of serving the developmental disabilities community, and with nearly 275 dedicated staff and interns, they've reached 15,000 families, children, and adults each year, and 1,200 individuals each week. They have deep roots here in Palo Alto and the project site, and we're thrilled that they will continue to empower people with special needs to achieve their full potential through innovative, inclusive programs and community partnerships in our new mixed use development. If you could go to the next slide, Kate. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to hand it back over to Kate Conley with OJK, who will deliver the remainder of the presentation.
Great, thanks, Kate. As part of Eden and OJK's project proposal, the project, as Supervisor Simidian said, places a focus on residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities with nonprofit offices for Ability Path on the ground floor. Ability Path is the current occupant of the site and is a service provider to those with special needs. And then the housing component of the project is to be 50 units of 100% affordable housing with on-site services for residents as well. So to best describe our 3-month community engagement process, we're going to be sharing a series of slides that just capture the sense of the community workshops that we've conducted for the project. It's a lot of content, but the intent here is really just to share with you an overview of the process so that you can then have a key into the overall results of that process and how those fed into our design. So after Eden and OJK were awarded the project in the spring, we first embarked on a series of 20 interviews with key community members on and around the project site. Everyone from Ability Path to the neighboring Unitarian Universalist Church, Magical Bridge, and Ada's Cafe, advocates for the IDD community, and a special presentation at the Green Meadow Community Association, just to name a few. We then proceeded through 3 structured community shops, which we'll detail further in a moment. And now that those community workshops have concluded, we've opened up a further written comment period for all neighbors and community members to email us their feedback. We understand that not everyone has their thoughts right there in the moment when they're in a community meeting, so we wanted to give that asynchronous opportunity as well. Meanwhile, we're also creating a focus group of members of the IDD community and their family members to inform the more nuanced aspects of the project design for those with special cognitive needs. Our workshop participation data reflects a healthy mix of repeat attendees and unique first-time attendees at each workshop. I will note that the 9 repeat attendees in this first workshop were individuals whom we had already spoken with as part of our interview series. Our first community workshop was really just our chance to introduce ourselves to the project neighbors and learn their unique insights into their own community. So we began with a community mapping exercise, which you see here, where participants let us know their favorite places in the neighborhood, as well as opportunities for improvement. We asked participants to take part in a visual preference survey where they ranked images of Silicon Valley-based architectural and landscape projects. And these slides show a summary of the polling data for the images we showed, with the favorites marked with a yellow tag. And then in smaller breakout rooms, participants had the opportunity to share their feedback and concerns, which were recorded on virtual sticky notes, and that included a Spanish language breakout room. Later, our team aggregated the similar responses from those sticky notes into this list of design topics. And in our second workshop, 4 groups were given a short list of those design topics to study together. And our team provided a visual toolkit of potential design solutions for each topic. The group then discussed the pros and cons of each of these various solutions, which were all recorded by our team on virtual sticky notes. And then ultimately, the team selected their favorite solutions for each of these design topics. After that community workshop, we took a step back and really decided to study how to arrive at a basic building form based on the objective requirements. So to give you a sneak preview, this is the form we arrived at, and the next series of diagrams are designed to show you how we got there. So first, we start with the site in its context. Pardon me, realizing that you're all familiar with this neighborhood. We start with the volume at a 50-foot height limit extending up from the property line. And we then reduce this volume per the setbacks for our zone, 10 feet at the sides and rear with a special 24-foot setback along Charleston Road. We then carved away space for 20 parking spaces, including some that tuck under the building's second story to reduce the amount of street frontage along Charleston dedicated to driveways and surface parking. We also lifted out an outdoor courtyard at the rear of the site, using the building itself to protect the outdoor space from traffic and noise. And to reduce the massing toward the single-family residential neighborhood across the street, we decreased the building height along Charleston from 4 stories down to 3 stories. And lastly, we incorporated breaks in the facade as shown in the draft Palo Alto objective standards. And these moves result in the basic building form you see here, which we then layered back into the neighborhood context for further study. A series of shade studies in the summer solstice in June, equinoxes in September and March, and at the winter solstice in December confirmed that the placement of our building on the site primarily shades the project's own courtyard and the parking areas of the nearby Challenger School. And a study of the heights of neighboring buildings shows significant distance between our proposed building and its nearest neighbors on all sides. So once we had arrived at and confirmed the basic building form, we began to layer on the different strategies that we had all discussed with neighbors and community members as part of our workshops. All of the small images and sticky notes that you see accompanying the following slides are clips of actual workshop participant data from our virtual whiteboard. And we've created here a building form that reflects participants' preferred L-shaped building with a shorter 3-story volume along Charleston Road and the 4-story volume more toward the rear. We're using the building itself as a barrier between Charleston Road and the protected courtyard to the north to physically separate the private courtyard from the public area in front of the building. We're exploring natural building materials as seen in the surrounding Eichler homes, such as vertical siding and wood. And based on participants' strong overall desire to see the mid-century Eichler aesthetic brought to the building, we have incorporated strong roof lines with extended eaves and exposed beams, as well as clerestory windows to highlight the main entry to the building. Participants asked us to find ways to provide light and views that do not look toward the residential neighborhood across Charleston. And we've done that by introducing these angled pop-out walls that direct the views away from the residential neighborhood and up Charleston instead. To reduce the number of ingress and egress to the points as much as possible and minimize opportunities for cars to cross paths with pedestrians and cyclists, we have incorporated only one driveway entrance to the project's parking area to be used by residents, staff, and a paratransit van with a dedicated parking space. And in response to neighbors' preference for hiding parking spaces as much as feasible, we have positioned parking spaces so that they're both screened and shaded by trees or tucked under the building to hide them away. The landscape concept responds to the angled walls of the building form and thoughtfully integrates paving and planting to enhance site accessibility, especially for those who use wheelchairs. Suggestions to separate bike, pedestrian, and vehicular entries to the site as much as possible were incorporated through 3 discrete entrance points. And a row of trees and shrubs at the site perimeter enhances the residents' privacy. The project neighbors expressed a strong desire to see tall trees planted in the required 24-foot setback along Charleston Road to additionally screen views from the building to that neighborhood, as well as views of the building from the street. We're proposing a variety of garden types that we've incorporated into the landscape design to support a diverse group of residents and their unique needs and interests, including elements of the Linda Steele Memorial Garden, which is already there on the Ability Path site. Important components of this garden will be thoughtfully refreshed and reinstalled in a new location on the site with guidance from Ability Path. And lastly, to review some key project information for this project's entitlement strategy, the project site area is 0.78 acres, zoned as public facilities and designated as major institution/special facility use in the comprehensive plan. Many aspects of our project design are in compliance with objective standards for this site, including the setbacks. The required amount of vehicular parking for the nonprofit Ability Path office component is 11 spaces. However, per AB 1763, there is no required parking for the residential component of the project. However, our proposed design includes a total of 20 vehicular parking spaces. Bicycle parking is in compliance with 50 long-term and 7 short-term spaces proposed. The use is a public quasi-public facility comprising nonprofit offices for Ability Path on the ground floor and a residential component that is considered an ancillary use to the existing quasi-public Ability Path offices that would be redeveloped as part of the project. The County of Santa Clara will continue to own the land. And in addition to the nonprofit offices, the project will include 50 units of affordable housing, with 25 of those units dedicated for special needs housing, as well as space for associated supportive services. As staff have indicated, per the state density bonus law, 100% affordable developments have the ability to use 4 concessions and incentives and unlimited waivers. We on our project team have worked very hard to reduce the number of concessions to 1 instead of the 4 that the project is entitled to. And similarly, we've gone out of our way to keep the number of waivers to a minimum. Our proposed concession for the project is for lot coverage. Per the City of Palo Alto Municipal Code, up to 50% increase over the maximum site coverage requirement is allowable. We are looking for a 9% increase. The project anticipates utilizing a waiver for building height. Though the project is below the overall maximum allowable height for a public facility zone of 50 feet, portions of the building exceed the 35-foot height limit within 150 feet of an R1 residential zone. Additionally, the project exceeds the maximum floor area ratio of 1 typically allowable in a public facility zone, for which we plan to utilize a second waiver. We're very happy overall with how the design is progressing, and particularly with how our robust community engagement process has informed the building and landscape design. We very much appreciate the council's consideration, so we may move forward creating an enhanced living environment for residents of the IDD community that will be very well received by its neighbors. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. Staff, does that conclude everything?
Yes, it does. We can go to public comment.
Great, okay. So if members of the public can raise their hand if they'd like to speak to this item. We're going to go with 2 minutes a speaker based on the number of speakers I see already. And we'll continue taking hands through the end of the second speaker's time. So our first speaker is Andrew Voltmore. And I don't believe I am able to, can somebody make me a co-host, please? Okay, Andrew, you should be able to speak.
Okay, can you confirm you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. Hello, Palo Alto City Council. I'm a homeowner and a resident in Green Meadow, and my home is within a couple hundred feet of the proposed development project at 525 East Charleston. In fact, if the project is built as designed, it will be in direct view of my living and sleeping areas of my home. I personally feel this project is way too big for the proposed location. I feel it should be scaled back significantly in both proposed height and number of units. And here are my reasons. The parking plan does not reflect what would be needed by this project. Only 50% of the units are for developmentally disabled people who are not likely to have a car. However, the other 50%, which are low-income residents and those who work in the 2,700 square feet office section, will most likely have cars. The first block of Nelson will become parking for this facility, as it's the nearest location that is not on Charleston where parking is limited. The intersections of both Nelson and Charleston, as well as Middlefield Charleston, are already very complex, and any additional traffic in and out of the site will increase this complexity and impact safety of children biking and walking to school. The proposed height of the project is between 39 and 49 feet, which will make it one of the tallest buildings in the area by far. The nearest buildings of this height are either the JCC or the library. This project sits right next to Green Meadow, a community which has a single-story zoning to protect the privacy of our Eichler homes, which are designed with large floor-to-ceiling windows. I feel the project is way beyond the height it should be to maintain harmony with the neighborhood. Please scale back the project to no more than 35 feet as normally allowed for properties within 150 feet of a residential zone. While I do think the project addresses a real need for housing for developmentally disabled individuals, it should not be built at this scale on this location. Just because you're allowed to build to this scale under the law does not mean you should, as it impacts the privacy and safety for all who live in the surrounding area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, we will continue taking hands until Linnea finishes speaking. Our second speaker is Linnea Wickstrom.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm Linnea Wickstrom, a 50-year resident of Palo Alto and the parent of a developmentally disabled young adult. I'm here to support affordable housing in general and this proposal in particular. On county land designed by Eden Housing with input from community meetings, this proposal will put affordable housing for people with developmental disabilities in a great location in our community. I urge you to do everything to move this project forward with dispatch, especially in approving the accommodations needed to make the project work. I would also like to yield the rest of my time to my son, Per Maresca. Per.
All right. Take it. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Per Maresca. You might have heard of me. I'm Sohaila Mazoyan's ambassador for housing. Of course, you guys must have seen my YouTube movie. And I was born and raised here in Palo Alto. I'm here to speak for developmentally disabled people like myself. We need affordable housing in our community with all of our natural and formal supports. This could be a great place to live with our support systems for housing, employment, and independent living, and close to so much in Palo Alto that we can take advantage of. I hope you will approve this proposal. Thank you guys so much. God bless. Love y'all. Peace.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Heidi Voltmer.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, and actually, Heidi, just before you speak, our final speaker will be Scott O'Neill. Okay, Heidi, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to echo some of my husband's concerns, Andrew, who spoke first. As he mentioned, right now, the section of Nelson right off of Charleston does become congested already with cars from many other places, from Magical Bridge, sometimes from the Challenger School nearby. Even if you go a little further down, we have a lot of parents who are parking, getting their kids for soccer practices at Coverly or other practices at Coverly. Not providing adequate parking at this new development, as wonderful as it will be to provide housing to the developmentally disabled community, will cause more congestion and make the Nelson and Charleston intersection even more dangerous and risky for all of our children, parents, all of us to bike and cross on. I know that there's some aspect of, in one of the documents I read, stating that the low-income residents, the non-developmentally disabled, might not have cars because of their income level. And I felt that that is exceptionally wrong from my volunteer experience in a low-income housing Ellis Gardens project up in San Francisco. People need cars. It would be great if we had better public transportation. They didn't, but they do. So I strongly urge you, as you are considering what should be accommodated in this project to really consider the traffic and the parking that may or may not be approved. We want to keep this a nice, safe, walkable neighborhood. That's one of the reasons you want to build here. So let's make sure whatever you're doing, it does that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
Hello. I think this 100% affordable development, including for developmentally disabled, is absolutely fantastic. When I look at this design, it looks like it's very well thought out and well designed, and they did do a good community interaction. My question for what could be done better is what could be done to increase parking and slightly lower the height, especially given the location. Could there be a full level of underground parking? I know it would be a little bit more expensive, but I think there'd be a lot of big wins by doing that. There may be other solutions as well. But again, if there's anything that can slightly lower the height and increase the parking, I think those would be big wins. Overall, it looks like a great project. I love when they bundle the services on site with affordable housing, in this case for special needs, which is great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Penny Elson.
Hello, may I ask the city clerk to please bring up my first slide? Thank you. Let me know, there we go. I'm Penny Elson, expressing my general support for IDD and affordable housing, 525 East Charleston, and I'm suggesting improvements to transportation elements of this plan. I want to thank city and county staff and Eden Housing for talking with me about options to mitigate congestion and safety problems of the current design. Here is what you see before you is the Charleston plan for this area. And you can see that this segment of the road and the middle two-way westbound Charleston turning lane in front of the project's proposed driveway already receives what amounts to a very complex dance of cars, making controlled and uncontrolled turning movements into Challenger, in and out of the shopping center, into the dedicated left turn lanes on Nelson and Middlefield, in and out of the project site, etc. The project's current design will add further complexity to this congested segment of the school commute corridor, but there may be a way to simplify egress to improve safety and operations. Could the city clerk bring up slide 2, please? In 1999, the Challenger School project set a precedent by getting permission to use its fire lane for school pickup and drop off. The one-way fire lane is marked in red here in this image, running along the perimeter of the Challenger site and the rear of the 525 project site. You can see how the fire lane could allow a one-way connection from the project to the Abilities United driveway on Middlefield, giving drivers a connection to an easier, safer right turn exit and a safer signalized left onto Charleston, essentially creating a county-owned city block to improve circulation and safety. On the subject of parking, pre-COVID, Nelson Drive was parked with Stevenson House residents, visitors, and staff, Magical Bridge visitors, with little available parking on Charleston. The project's overflow parking will likely land on Nelson, which is a school commute route. I'm asking city staff if we could please revisit the neighborhood traffic plan for Nelson, anticipating aggregate parking and traffic impacts of this project and other planned development. And finally, I hope car trip and parking demand data will be available soon to inform planning. Thanks so very much. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Mcdonald.
Hello. Thank you everyone for your time tonight. Just wanted to express my support for this project. I think for a lot of other development projects, I've heard comments from residents who are mostly complaining about the fact that it's not affordable, that it's luxury housing, things like that. And I think this is exactly what people have been asking for and what we desperately need. And it's kind of disappointing to still hear people finding things wrong. And I'm not saying that safety is not important, but I don't really see how height can be more important than somebody having an affordable home in Palo Alto. So just wanted to express my support, and thank you to Eden Housing and everyone who has worked on this project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident and I live not too far away from this project. So I want to start by thanking Supervisor Simidian and Eden for bringing this really great affordable housing to our community. I think it's a really beautiful building. I would love to look at it from my bedroom window. And I also think we have a desperate need for housing, and this project would certainly help take a big step forward for providing deeply affordable housing. So it is disappointing to hear calls for smaller buildings, more parking, generally more space for cars, less space for humans, because I think this project is already smaller than what it would be in most of our neighboring communities. This would be a 4 or 5 story building and it would house more people. And I think the absence of that is causing a lot of pain in our community. So while I wish it was 1 story taller, I'll accept this as a compromise. I think this is a great proposal and I hope that the council will support it as it moves forward with ministerial approval.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, City Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I am a member of the congregation of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto, which is right next to this building. And I would like to assume that, like the rest of my congregation, we are in full support of this project. We are in dire need of affordable housing, so we should be pushing for as much affordable housing as possible, even if it might interfere with certain views of people's homes. Like in the rest of the city, 50 feet is the limit, and this is not 50 feet either. And we should be encouraging some of the people who, work our cashiers or people who are development disabled to have a place in our community that is not costly prohibitive, so that everyone of any other, walks of life have a space here. And I wish that this project would go with all deliberate speed and include as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick from Silicon Valley at Home.
Hello, good evening. As mentioned, my name is Rick Salvis with Silicon Valley at Home. We're the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. I'm calling tonight because the city of Palo Alto is in great need of affordable and IDD housing. As such, I'm here to express my strong support for Eden Housing's Mitchell Park project, as it will help the city address the need for both with a well thought out, well-designed plan. The Mitchell Park development is ideally located near amenities and services. The project will also bring 2,700 square feet of commercial office, as well as well-landscaped open space and 50 much-needed deed-restricted homes for the city. As mentioned, 25% or 25 of these units will be available for residents with developmental disabilities, which is ideal for the community members who already work on site with Ability Path, as it gives them a potential to actually be able to live where they receive the services that they need. Not only is this a very good project, but Eden Housing is a great community partner with a proven track record for developing high quality communities throughout the county. As mentioned, Eden has hosted 3 community workshops so far, as well as more than 15 one-on-one meetings, in addition to the Greenwood Neighborhood Association presentation that they put together to gather and incorporate feedback into their design. Eden is working with the community to serve the community. For these reasons, I encourage council to support staff's recommendation and advance the project. I thank you for your time, and please push this project through.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, I want to voice my strong support for this project. I do want to say 2 things. One thing that was said by the presenter that I'm just confused about, and please someone clarify and straighten this up because I just don't understand. It was said that by her that it was based on draft objective standards, and I don't understand a project being based on draft anything, draft objective standards. So someone just clarify that so I don't have to be confused anymore, because I would think that being based on a draft isn't what is done. So please clear that up. Also, there can be some discussion about the parking, because I haven't seen a project that that has 0 parking for residents, and I know that that's going to get discussed. So I want to understand that better. And that said, I do support this project. I just love projects with that are all BMR projects, and I'm thrilled to see it. But I do want those my question answered, and I hope that it's based on current standards and a good discussion of the parking situation. Thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor Simidian, for thinking of this project and bringing it to bear. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Kelly.
Mayor Du Bois, council members, I'd like to thank you for holding this study session tonight. I think this is an extremely important issue for the community. As Winter Dellenbach just said, I'd also like to thank Supervisor Simidian for bringing this project forward to the community, to the council. And I'd also like to thank Eden Housing for its creativity in bringing this forward. You've heard from people who would normally oppose projects such as this earlier tonight. But I want to underscore 2 points. The first is I'd like to strongly associate myself with the comments of Linnea Wickstrom, Kelsey Baines, and Rick Salvas. And among those comments, Linnea and her son also, among those comments, I think Linnea pointed out something at the very beginning of this discussion that's exceptionally important. And that is the need not just to say, oh, we support this project and we like it, but we've got to get rid of the buts. Linnea said something that was just magnificent. She said she encouraged you to approve this project with dispatch. In just the same way, Kelsey said you should approve this project or allow for its approval ministerially. It is not sufficient for the council to say, oh, we like the project, but, and we're going to send you back to work with the staff and work with the community for another year and then have another study session and then bring it back 2 years from now. The people who need this housing, the IDD community and the extremely low affordability community, they need it now. And what this project represents, as was pointed out earlier, is a compromise. Surely there might be an economic rationale for building something with more parking if you wanted to go up to 5 stories, as you could. But that's not what Eden Housing has proposed. That's not what Supervisor Simidian has supported. And that's not what the community has come to. We should not hold this project up any further. This is a test of the council and its values. I urge you to act with dispatch. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam at EFF.org.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, so my name is Adam Schwartz. I am a 6-year resident of Palo Alto. I have owned a home for 5 years. My kids have both gone to the public schools here. I'm here for the long run. It's a great community. I stand in strong support for this Eden proposal. I'd like to thank those who've already spoken in favor of this proposal. I agree with the last speaker that this should happen as soon as possible. We have a serious housing shortage, especially for low-income people, especially for the developmentally disabled. I'll yield the rest of my time, but just again, strongly support this proposal, and I hope it goes forward very quickly.
Thank you. Appreciate your briefness. Our next speaker is Keith Reichtel.
Thank you. Yeah, this project fills some very important housing needs, and I generally support the project. However, I do have some reservations. The project's parking design assumes the residents' cars will leave during the day and leaving room for the vehicles supporting the special needs residents and the nonprofit. However, many of the residents may be working surface industry jobs in the evenings, and as a result, this shared parking assumption seems to be wishful thinking. And so while the county is not obliged to fully park the project, I'd like to see parking predictions for the projects, which would allow the city to know the street parking impact on a neighborhood that already has significant Magical Bridge parking. The second is trip generation data would help the city understand this project's impact on bike safety. This stretch of Charleston already has many busy driveways, Challenger School, CPA, Stevenson House, Hoover School, and now this project. And running through this area is an unprotected bike lane full of young students biking to school. We all know the danger of vehicles turning from a busy road across bike lanes, and this project adds more of them. So I'm interested in Penny Elson's promising idea for routing the project's outbound traffic through the existing county-owned fire lane over to Middlefield Road. This not only improves bike safety on Charleston, but also could improve the traffic flow within the parking lot. It's an idea worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patty Rager.
Hi, this is Patty Regier, and I just want to say I'm speaking for myself, but I'm also a Human Relations Commissioner for Palo Alto, and I attended all 3 meetings of the community meetings, and I just want to thank everyone from Eden and the architects and Joseph Minion's office and the staff for a very thorough way to engage the community. And I want to thank the community because participating in it, I felt that everybody's voice was being heard, and the breakout rooms were great. So I think that this plan is something that has been thought out for a lot. And yes, everything isn't perfect, but I think that we do need affordable housing. And I think that we need to trust the process and value what we're saying. We need affordable housing. And I'm going to be brief, but I'm just completely endorsing this because quite a few people were participating in this process, and I just hope that the city council realizes that a lot of work and effort, and it's a success if we bring more affordable housing to our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sohelia Mozayan. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, but Sohelia, you're up. Okay, we'll come back. Our next speaker is Carmen Rodwell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Carmen Rodwell. Thank you and good evening, City Council members, for having this meeting. I'm a resident of Green Meadow. I've been living here for almost 10 years now, and I live on Nelson Drive. I also serve as the vice president of the Green Meadow Community Association Board. So I've heard a lot of comments from our neighbors regarding this project. Personally, I am 100% in favor of affordable housing and in Palo Alto and in my community. I just love the project. I love the idea. But I'm a bit torn apart, honestly. I think that there are a lot of disadvantages in a way for the people that are already living here. Mostly regarding to traffic and to safety of the students and the bikers. This neighborhood is full of kids and children that attend the schools that are on the other side of Mitchell Park, my children included, the children that go to Gunn, my children included. And I always worry, there's always problems. There's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of driveways going in and traffic going in and out of driveways in that area. And I'm really, really concerned about traffic issues. So I would like the city council to be very thorough when reviewing this issue. I'm slightly concerned about parking also, but I'm not going to put that over the need for housing. I think, yeah, we need space for cars, but we need space for people too. I would like also, I'm also concerned a little bit, a lot about the height of the building. And it's a concern that I've heard from a lot of our Green Meadow neighbors. They don't want to see, people don't want to see a very tall building. I think they have been very careful with the design.
Please wrap
And,
it up.
oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to mention on something that John Kelly said about people opposing this project. I haven't heard anybody opposing this project of the people, especially my neighbors that have spoken. Nobody has opposed this project. People
Okay.
are just bring their concerns about it because we live here.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back and try Sohelia again. If you're there, you should be able to speak.
Hello, do you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened first.
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm here in support of Eden Housing's plan to develop 50 affordable units at 525 East Charleston. I am thankful for Supervisor Joe Sametian's vision for our community. We really have to support him, and Eden Housing wonderful and well thought through plan. We are all aware of the housing shortage in the Bay Area. The housing shortages is more severe for people with developmental disabilities than ever, than other people. And as you know, I work for Abilities United, and I have been serving people with developmental disabilities for over 2 decades. And I have witnessed how important independent living is for people with developmental disabilities. So today, I hope you approve this wonderful project, which will make our city to be better than ever. After all, let's remember, these people are our sons and daughters, neighbors and friends, and we have to help them to further improve their quality of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm glad we got you there. Our next speaker is Emily Lacroix.
Hi, thank you for the time tonight. My name is Emily Lacroix. I'm a renter in Evergreen Park neighborhood. A lot of my sentiments have already been spoken. I'm calling to support the Eden Housing Project. I would like City Council to move forward without delay. No location is ever going to be perfect, and it seems that Eden Housing and this project has done a great job of engaging the community and designing a great solution for a desperate need for more affordable housing and accessible housing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And just a reminder that Scott O'Neill will be our last speaker. We're going to Lisa Van Dusen.
Good evening, council members, and thank you again also to Supervisor Samitian and to Eden Housing and all the others who've worked hard on this, and the people who came out to support, to be part of the community engagement. I am speaking as an individual tonight, and I also am affiliated with the Palo Alto Community Fund, which works with many of the organizations involved in this effort. We have the opportunity here to create a beautiful project that represents so many ingredients that represent best practices: community engagement, 100% affordable housing, integration with services, and proximity to other IDD and affordable housing related initiatives, including Ada's Cafe, Magical Bridge, and of course the Ability Path offices, or Gate Path, excuse me. So it also moves Palo Alto towards its housing goals, which is we need to do. This is a very positive response. And in the course of my work, I hear many stories of families, specific people who need this kind of housing. So as you consider any time added and any other constraints put upon this project, you are literally adding expense and delay for those people. I would hope that you would let the community process stand. It's been very thorough, and move forward, and let us not make the perfect be the enemy of the good. So as others have said tonight, I hope we can move forward with speed and and make space for people first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker tonight is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. My name is Scott O'Neill. I'm a Palo Alto homeowner. Mitchell Park is my family's civic hub in Palo Alto, and my kids used to bike to Hoover. My son uses services from Gate Path and has benefited from them enormously. They're great people, and I strongly support this project. Palo Alto desperately needs all forms of housing, especially affordable housing. This is right around the corner from Ada's Cafe, which provides some jobs for developmentally disabled folks and makes an absolutely amazing latte. Seriously, check them out. I'm disappointed to hear some of these objections from my neighbors around parking and height. Applicant knows their constituency and their needs around parking, transportation, and safety, and they want it to be a success. And really, as Kelsey Baines points out, people demanding changes are negotiating to scale back an already modest project. And as John Kelly points out, expediting the project is critical for addressing an urgent need. The city needs this housing. Low-income people need this housing. People with developmental disabilities need this housing. And I urge the council to please trust the process and support staff's recommendation to approve the project with dispatch. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to come back to the council. Just a reminder, we do have a full agenda tonight. So we're going to do one round. This is a study session. We'll do one round of comments and then we'll move on to our next item. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks so much. Got a lot to fit in the 5 minutes. So, I'll just echo the thanks that everyone else had and start right in. First, let me tell what I like about it. In addition to one thing that's already, just double click on things that people already talked about. One is the location, the services that are available, the shopping center, access to a bus. I think that it's very well chosen. I also want to thank the applicant for the thoughtful architectural touches. The vertical siding, the beams will fit right in the Eichler area. I do have a couple, two small questions and one large. First, Ms. Conley, you referenced that people could provide input to you. What is the email address that they should use for that?
That is Kate, my name, Kate, K-A-T-E, at ojkarch.com.
Great, thanks so much, because we want to be sure people have an opportunity to do that.
Definitely.
I'm also curious, since you're up, what is a respite room? I noticed that on the plans. That's just a pure curiosity on my part.
Yes, so because so many of our residents will have service providers who come to the site, it's a place for service providers to potentially take a break between visits, or a private space for the resident and their service provider to meet together that might not be inside their residential unit.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks. That's really helpful. And then a question for our own staff. Now I'm a little confused about concessions and waivers, because we've had the applicant state 1 concession and 2 waivers, but the staff report also indicates that they might not be eligible for a waiver. So can you help me understand?
Yeah, just state density bonus law is really complex. And this is part of the conversations that we've been having with the applicant team. But the bottom line from staff's analysis is that when you provide a certain number of low income or income restricted housing units, the state gives you for each percent that you meet that threshold, the developer gets a concession, and meaning a waiver from the zoning code in order to make the project work financially. And so this particular project, I believe, qualifies for 4 concessions under state density bonus law. They're taking advantage of 3 of them for the ones that you heard about: height, lot coverage, and blanking on the other one, but they're set forth. Parking, incidentally, is not a concession in this particular instance. It is state law. SB, I think it's 1763, if I got the number right. And if that's not a concession or a waiver, that's just simply something that the developer is entitled to because of the makeup of this project. So the concession versus waiver, it's a distinction, I think, that's not critical at this point, but it's it amounts to the same thing, some kind of a relief from the code.
Okay, super helpful. And while I have you, Director Late, let me just test my understanding. This study session tonight is a courtesy. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
And there were some comments from members of the public that they may think that we have some ability to make decisions here that I don't believe we do, or that it may be coming back. So I wonder if you could just address that while everyone's listening.
Sure, thank you. So maybe I'll just take a step back and say, when we first got this on the council's tentative agenda, and before we knew more about the project, we thought that it might be a pre-screening application, which of course the council is very familiar with. Somebody who's asking for some kind of relief from the code may have to come to the council first in a pre-screening. But as we learned more about it and understood the state laws that apply to this particular project, we realized that pre-screening was not a requirement for this particular application. But because there was interest in making the project more aware to the community and to the council, the idea of a study session is what you had this evening or are having now to bring awareness of this project, because it will be processed administratively if it's designed the way it's, if we get a formal application that's consistent with what we're seeing this evening. And so that's not architectural review, and there's no opportunity for it to be appealed to council. At least that's, again, as it's being contemplated right now. So no decision for council right now, but at some point staff will be getting a formal application and we make a decision on that application when it comes in.
Wonderful. You've almost hit my timer and I'm going to finish up really quickly. Thank you, Director Late. I do want to encourage our staff and the county staff to look at the creative approach to egress that Ms. Elson suggested. That is a very, very tight area. I'm often on that area. So I think that's worth looking at. And I understand that that comes as a request, not a demand. And then finally, I understand that we may be asked to contribute up to $2 million in the future. And we'll look forward to understanding more from staff on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Filseth.
Hi, yeah, thanks very much. This mostly looks good. Two implementation questions. First, can staff comment on Penny Ellison's idea about alternate egress? And second, I'm still not understanding. I understand the government regulation, the state regulation, but the state doesn't really care how many cars go onto Nelson Drive. Has staff got an estimate of how many cars this will produce on Nelson Drive? Thanks.
So maybe starting with the last question first, I don't believe that we did and have an estimate on trip generation, but maybe I could pause and.
I mean parked cars, not trips.
Okay, parked cars. Yeah, I don't know if there's been that study. I would look to the architect and applicant to share any information they may have on that. On the egress or the bike path, you were asking about the bike path, yes?
Yeah, the fire path and
fire path, right.
around the back, yeah.
Yeah, so we've definitely, so I think Supervisor Simidian did get, arrange a meeting, and there's been some conversation taking place. There is dialogue between, staff and the applicant. It does, the properties that are in play are two county-owned properties. So there is internal coordination at the county that I think would need to come together to realize that in some way. Our role in this would be understanding the the fire egress issues, and so we want to have some input onto that. But last I heard, I believe a will to take a look at it, but I don't know what the latest is and how much further that's progressed. Again, maybe the applicant could speak to.
Thank you for the questions. Again, this is Kate Blessing Kawamura from Eden Housing. In terms of your question, Councilmember Filseth, about the number of parked cars, we're planning to work directly with city staff to determine which any and all studies that are necessary for our approvals process. So we'll continue to coordinate with staff on that front. And then Kate Conley, I'm not sure if you want to take the next one. We did just speak with Penny Ellison on Friday.
Friday,
so
yes.
absorbing the information, and we'll certainly work with city staff on next steps there, including speaking with the fire department about capacity to pull that off.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Councilmember Coop.
Thank you. Well, first I want to thank the Supervisors Committee and his supervisor colleagues for bringing genuine affordable housing and to Palo Alto. So thank you for that, and including the funding. Now, and also additionally for engaging the community in the conversations, so that the community does know what is being proposed. With the parking issue, which a lot of the residents have brought forward concerns, I was wondering if there might be a consideration to increase the IDD units above the 50%, so that it would be then less parking is needed, and what is proposed right now is something that would be all right. Well, anyway, that's a consideration since nobody's answering.
Oh. Apologies. Did want to interrupt
okay.
you, council member. Happy to jump in. We've thought long and hard about the 50% of units that would be set aside for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And it's been a joint process with the county and then with members of the IDD community. So I'd say we are open to considering other feedback from city council and from other members of the IDD community, but are looking to provide as inclusive of an environment for IDD residents as possible, and that we feel is accomplished with a 50% set aside.
Well, hopefully there's still some room for discussion and for consideration that perhaps one of the ways to address the parking issue is to increase the IDD units. The other matter is, I was wondering if there was any also discussion with the school and the other, what is the one that is on the other side? The
Unitarian Universalist Church?
No, it's on the same county lot. So there's Challenger School, and then there's another, isn't there another office?
Are you referring to the
a-
Ability Path Middlefield site?
Right. Would there be parking over there, or with Challenger School, is there an opportunity for parking at their sites? Negotiations with them?
We have not had conversations about sharing parking with any other sites in adjacent parcels thus far.
And so if that would be another consideration to explore extra parking, that might be helpful. And if that could be disclosed to the neighbors and residents around that there is parking elsewhere, then it might ease their concerns. With the height of the building, obviously there is concerns also in the neighborhood. Appreciate that it is in the Eichler design, even though Eichlers are 1 story and this is 4 stories. So I like the windows and the light that's going into the building. So the height, of course, is a concern. And I don't know if, I know that we don't have any regulations to have story poles put up, but that might be something to consider also, so that residents can at least get a gauge of how high that would be and where are the transition lines. I see that there's a lot of trees planted in your drawing, so that's a relief. I also want to make sure to our own staff that we do escalate a neighborhood traffic calming and parking plan, especially for Nelson Drive, especially with all of the different activities that is taking place over there. And also, obviously, there's a lot of children on bicycle. There's a lot of pedestrian walking, and I do see, people in wheelchairs and walkers walking on that along that street. I would hope that there is actually further exploration into that fire lane and finding a method in relieving the ingress and egress off of East Charleston and sharing it with Middlefield Road. Besides that, I think that's about it. And thank you for bringing the project. Oh, one more question. Supervisor Smitty said that, so this is a study session. How long has it been in the discussion so far with staff or with the community?
Our first community workshop was in June. Oh, go ahead, Kate.
Take it away, Kate.
Our first community workshop was in June. We had one in June, one in July, and one in August.
Okay, so pretty
very early days.
Okay.
You're seeing the first blush.
And so because this is a study session, so obviously it hasn't gone to ARB for looking at the designs and so forth. Will it be going to ARB?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think we'll need to see the application as it comes in. Again, assessment with all of these streamlining requirements, but it's my initial is no, it would not go to ARB at this time unless there was a courtesy, interest on behalf of the applicant. But at this point, there's no, there would be requirement for that at the ministerial staff level.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with just a couple of questions. Most of my questions have already been answered, and then I'll give some comments. First, will the city receive RENA credits for this project, given that it's located in the city but on county land?
Yes.
Awesome. And then second, does staff know what percentage of our city's housing stock is really kind of reserved for disabled persons? Do we have that? Do we have that data?
How much presently is, I don't know the present number, and I don't know that we have a target threshold that we're trying to achieve.
You mean target threshold as far as like a state standard or internal city policy?
Internal city policy.
Okay, which I think that would be actually, didn't think about that. I think that'd be a great thing for the city to establish, now obviously at another time, but I think that seems like an important thing to do. So thank you, Director Late, for answering those questions quickly, since I do have limited time. I'm very enthusiastic for this project, and I really appreciate Eden's Housing work on this, Supervisor Smitty, and for helping drive this project and bring it forward. And I kind of first want to just appreciate Eden's work on designing the building so that it's contextual within the neighborhood and really provides, I think, dignified housing that residents and the community alike are really going to be proud of. I really appreciated Eden's stated goal of designing a building that looks indistinguishable from or even better than market rate apartments. I also appreciated them hosting several community meetings, taking that feedback from the residents and actually incorporating that feedback into the final design, not just sitting at the table and listening, but actually incorporating that into the final design. And I think it's really showing from the designs that you showed us tonight. I think it's an attractive project. I think it fits well within the neighborhood. And I know we're not approving the project, but I think these are the type of projects where these type of waivers and concessions make perfect sense. It's 100% affordable. It's for special at-risk groups as well. And so if this was a project that was coming to us for approval, especially given the concessions are not extreme, I think this would be something that we would be happy to support. And also, I mean, it's just no secret that Palo Alto desperately needs this type of housing. Again, I really appreciate the work of Eden Housing and Supervisor Smitty and really making this a reality. The dearth of special needs housing and affordable housing is not unique to Palo Alto alone. I know there's a severe nationwide shortage of housing for people with disabilities. And I looked up the number, about less than 5% of the entire country's housing is accessible for people with disabilities. The access to affordable housing especially is acute amongst disabled persons because they're far more likely to suffer from housing insecurity, disabled adults experience poverty at twice the rate of non-disabled adults, and about 25% of unhoused people in the country are disabled. And I would imagine that our local and our county numbers kind of add up to that. So yeah, I think this project's going to be able to help us do a lot of good. I just wish we had I wish we had more opportunities for sites like this. So please, Eden Housing County, continue to look for more opportunities to partner with us in making these dreams really a reality, and be helping us fulfill one of our city's 2021 goals, which is creating housing for social and economic balance. And then just finally want to second what I heard from several of my colleagues, as well as several community members. I do encourage staff to work with Eden Housing, work with the county, to really see if we can flesh out a little more the proposal by Miss Ellison. Seems like a common sense solution to be able to utilize that fire lane, to be able to route the egress of the traffic, to make it a little more safer for not only the residents but the community as well as students. I think that seems like a common sense plan. And also, I'd like to encourage staff, not connected to this project, but just in the future, as soon as possible, to really begin planning for the increased traffic flow we're likely going to see in this area, and pursue a neighborhood traffic calming and parking plan for Nelson Drive. We're going to see more development in South Palo Alto in the near future, and so I think the sooner staff can start working on that, the better for everybody. So, but again, I'm incredibly enthusiastic for this project. Thank you, Eden Housing. Thank you, Supervisor Samiti, and thank you to the County of Santa Clara for bringing this forward, and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo comments that have been made already, to thank Supervisor Samitian for bringing this really important and valuable project to Palo Alto in the North County. And I'd like to thank county staff and Eden for the deliberateness that they've taken in outreach and evolution of their design in response to that outreach with our community. As others have pointed out, that's not a legal obligation for them in this circumstance. This is something that they've done because they thought it was the right thing to do. And I agree with that. The design evolution to a contemporary or updated version of mid-century modern that is design compatible with the prevalence of Eichler homes in that area, I think is going to be really valuable. I appreciate that neighbors across the street with single-story homes still wish that there wasn't a project that's 3 stories, but this project could be taller yet. And if we look at Edgewood Plaza and we see what was done at the one Eichler commercial shopping center and how it got renovated, and frankly, I think it's better than it ever was. That kind of design compatibility goes a long ways toward how projects fit in with a community. And this one, as others have stated, is so adjacent to commercial services and the community center and the park. It's really a right location. I would like to also support the comments that we really should look at improving the circulation. And that kind of goes to what's the purpose of this council meeting tonight. It is really to provide input on the project design, and improving circulation is not an encumbrance or an obstacle, it's an opportunity for this project. And it could also help serve Challenger and Abilities United. Fortunately, all 3 of these properties are on county land, and we hope that the county can help facilitate some of that improvement to the circulation. Frankly, what we have today on a whole bunch of ingress and egress on Charleston in that area, going into the shopping center, going into the projects on this project side of Charleston, is confusing, somewhat chaotic, and problematic. It really does beg for an improvement, and I'm so appreciative that there may be a solution that improves not just this project, but the other 2 as well. And let's see, lastly, this is really, as others have stated, this is an issue that goes beyond this project, but that we as a city need to take on the parking and to a lesser extent traffic impacts that we are seeing on Nelson. People maybe don't realize that before the pandemic, we were seeing already overflow parking from just a number of projects in the area of Stevenson House, some, and probably workers there. Sometimes people overflow parking for Magical Bridge, and others for traditionally that's the back side of Coverly and parking there. And now we'll have this project potentially providing that. And so both traffic calming and parking are something that we need to look at as we've seen additional projects in this area, and that's on us as a city to do, and not on the project applicants. So thanks again for bringing this forward and for the outreach that you've done and the ongoing responsiveness that we trust you will continue to do. Thank you very much.
Unmuted, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to echo some of my colleagues' comments. I definitely appreciate Eden and the county staff's work in terms of trying to solve the affordable housing issue. So I think that's great. I really like how you guys are trying to work with the community. And I think most of my questions and concerns have already been addressed, but I do want to encourage Eden to definitely consider some of the comments heard tonight in terms of trying to see how we could optimize the traffic and circulation concerns. I think community buy-in is really important. So I appreciate you guys making that effort. Thank you.
And I'll just wrap it up here. So again, I want to add my thanks to both Eden Housing and the county and the architect. Yeah, I really am excited about this project. And I think it's a great location, a great expansion of the services that have been going there. I think the concessions as requested are reasonable, and I wish we got more projects like this. You're asking for concessions without going to extremes, and there's very clear public benefit. I do have a little feedback since this is a study session. As other people have said, I really appreciate the mid-century modern architecture nods. This is a historic district nearby, and I think the more that you can do of that, the better. And I think if you keep the height where it's described in the report and also the 24-foot setback on Charleston, that you'll continue to have a lot of what I read as widespread community support. The traffic flow, you've heard several people speak about it. Whatever the solution is, whether it's this fire lane or potentially some changes on Charleston, there is a lot going on there with turnoffs into the church and this project in the neighborhood and the shopping district, as well as the main intersection being not too far away. So I think it is a concern. I'm glad we clarified the 3 waivers. I had that question as well. And I guess one question on parking, would you consider doing some kind of TDM for this project? How do you plan to manage the parking on the site?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I think this is another one where we would need to work with city staff to identify and prepare all the studies necessary for the project, given the process we're hoping to follow, but definitely open to working with Jonathan Lee and his team on that.
I assume this would be something you'd want for the employees and the people that live there. If you can encourage some people to go without a car, it'll help everybody there, right?
Yes, I can see that being beneficial. So we'll definitely keep that in mind going forward.
Yep. So again, given if the project continues to be kind of consistent with what we saw tonight, I'll be very supportive of also using some of our affordable housing funds on this project. So thanks again, and I really looking forward to seeing this project get going. So thank you. Okay, we're a little behind agenda, behind schedule, so we're gonna keep going. The next item here tonight is, well, we're at agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I don't believe we have any.
Mr. Mayor, we did want to perhaps call to the public's attention the order of the action items.
Okay, yeah, we did switch the order around. We're gonna move on the action items. It's gonna be item number 10, the project home key, followed by item 11, which is a discussion on hybrid meetings. And then action item 9, which would be the objective standards. And there has been an updated agenda that was sent out. Okay, so now we're on to oral communications. This is a chance for the public to speak to an item that is not otherwise on the agenda. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. And I'm only seeing a few hands, so we'll go with 3 minutes a speaker. And again, we'll end public comment. We'll end taking additional hands after the second speaker. The first speaker is Cheryl Spencer.
Good evening, councillors. I am Cheryl Spencer, a member of the Cities for Cedar Coalition, appearing before you to once again complain that your motion of the 1st of October 2018 to create an ordinance based on CEDAW has been diverted off the city staff's task list, this time by a recent motion of the Policy and Services Committee. A motion to have staff and the Human Relations Commission work on drafting an ordinance to make saying hate speech a misdemeanor, for example. A little bit of research into the First Amendment of our Constitution and its protection of free speech leads one to understand that hate speech is not a legal term, and there are many Supreme Court decisions that throughout cases where someone tried to legally punish someone else for saying some words that they thought were offensive. Why, you might ponder, does our city not already have an ordinance that punishes a person spouting hateful things? Because it would not stand up in a court proceedings. I will send you a letter listing some of these Supreme Court decisions. So please tell the city staff not to work on a hate speech ordinance, but to get back to working on an ordinance based on CEDAW, which will deal with discrimination against women and girls, which is a crime. Please take the time to understand the difference between a hate crime and hate speech, and stop the city staff from wasting their valuable time on a useless ordinance that tries to legally punish hate speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross.
Good evening. I'd like to bring to your attention something that affects each member of the council. It's only been referred to briefly by the mayor. It peels off of the last speaker's comment, but in a way that's much different. One of your members received a series of telephone calls that involve threats to her life. More specifically, the speaker threatened rape. The speaker threatened to slit her throat. Certainly, the First Amendment protects all kinds of speech. I think one appellate court case says anyone can stand on the corner and heap invective on any one member of the council. We can say you're stupid. We can say we don't agree with your belief, but there needs to be a discussion about threats that constitute criminal conduct against your members. You listen to these tapes, they are chilling. To say that they don't have an effect on members of your council in how they participate is simply unwarranted. What you need to do, for example, city manager needed to do when those threats came out, and it's not sufficient that they're subject to criminal prosecution, is to say that type of threatening speech, unprotected First Amendment speech, should be the subject of increased protection for council members so that they don't have to worry about it. I would invite any one of your members to listen to those tapes. It goes even more to the situation we're in today, that council member was a woman and was Asian. So why isn't there a city staff protection of that type of situation? It's even more unacceptable if a law enforcement officer of the city is informed of those threatening statements. I will rape you. I will slit your throat. And the law enforcement officer's response is, well, I guess, council member, you'll have to figure out whether you want to take action or not. That type of situation, what's described, what has occurred, needs to be subject to an open discussion before your council. Representative democracy can only work if your members do not feel threatened by criminal conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron James.
So I first of all, I want to thank Cheryl Spencer. She put together a wide number of citations on why standalone hate speech is not illegal in this country. And I'd like to thank Mr. Ross. Clearly, I haven't listened to the tapes, but I know Mr. Ross to be a credible man and an outstanding attorney. The language, if it's correct, is a terrorist threat under the penal code in the state of California. And Mr. Rosen should be taking action to see if they can find out who made these extraordinarily ugly terrorist threats against Lydia Koo. It's not acceptable. It's unacceptable if the district attorney in this county is not looking into trying to figure out who that person was, so that appropriate charges, if the elements are met, can be brought and that person prosecuted. Now, I want to go back to what Cheryl Spencer was talking about, and that is, and I wrote a letter that was published last Monday in the Daily Post, and I'm just going to read a little bit of it. Personally, if you wish to call me a radical left-wing half-breed Jew, go for it. As long as you don't put your hands on me, attempt to injure a member of my family, or do damage to my property, there is no crime. Hate speech directed at a cop is not a crime, nor is hate speech directed at the state of Israel, the US government, a local official, a neighbor, a person of a different race or religion. No matter how despicable or ignorant such standalone hate speech is, might be, it's not a crime, nor should it be. So, you're not going to win votes, Mr. Tanaka, against Anna Eshoo by pursuing an attack on our First Amendment rights in this country. You need to ask Molly Stump not to waste her time on this project. You need to ask the HRC not to waste time on this project, this unconstitutional attempt to pass a local ordinance in clear violation of all Supreme Court precedent at this time. What we need to do is be pursuing things like a terrorist threat against one of the members of this council, Lydia Koo. And also, as Ms. Spencer put, why in the heck, if it's true, Mr. Tanaka, that you went on a rampage about bringing standalone hate crimes as a misdemeanor in this county, and at the same time, derailed an important conversation about the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. That's something that should have been taken up instead of the waste of time. Molly, sit Mr. Tanaka down, Molly Stump, and tell him that this isn't the way to waste taxpayers' money. And I will say that I respect Greg Tanaka on a lot of levels, but you got this one wrong. Thank you.
Okay, just a note, our final speaker will be Winter Dellenbach. Our next speaker is Roberta Alquist.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Peninsula branch of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. I'm also an activist with the group of people, and it's a fairly large group of Palo Alto residents who are concerned about getting the city to finally pass a CEDAW ordinance. We have been diligently and very kindly working with various committees that the city says we should go through. The HRC, the Policy and Services, the Council. This has been going on now for roughly 4 years. I don't know how we get off the track of getting this particular ordinance passed, but why the delay? Why not more movement forward? Who's responsible? When will you act? Women and girls need protections. As you can see by what's going on in society, patriarchy still reigns in this country. We need you to act. We have been dragged through meeting after meeting and deviation and detour, and we're asking you to move forward and act and get an ordinance for the city. Many cities around have passed it years ago. It is time for Palo Alto to move forward. Please take action now. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sukrit Ganesh was our next speaker. It looks like she may have disconnected. So we'll go to Winter. If she comes back, she'll be able to speak. So our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, I just wanted to draw people's attention to a breaking news story on Palo Alto Online by Gennady Shaner. The headline is "After Lawsuits and Calls for His Firing, Police Agent Leaves Palo Alto. City declines to say whether Thomas DiStefano departed voluntarily." There have been many, many people over several years calling for this particular police officer's, wanting this particular police officer to leave the employee of the Palo Alto Police Department. It seems that he has left. I, for one, urge everybody to read this article posted on Palo Alto Online. And I think in reading it, you will all agree that Palo Alto is a safer place. And this is very good news. And I just wanted to share that news. And please do go read the article. And our city can't tolerate these kinds of officers. We have good officers, and those good officers need to know that they don't need to serve with the likes of Mr. DiStefano. That's all I want to say. It's a good day for Palo Alto.
Okay, thank you. I don't see Ms. Ganesh, so we're going to move on. So we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members want to register a no vote or pull an item? Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 6 and 7.
Okay, so no on 6 and 7. We'll go to the public, see if anybody would like to speak to an item on the consent calendar. Please raise your hand. All right, I see one hand, so we'll have 3 minutes. First speaker is Bob Winslow.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bob Winslow. I'm president of Neighbors Abroad and had the pleasure to visit with you last week. I wanted to encourage your support of the offset agreement with Oaxaca. I had hoped I wouldn't need to speak tonight And but hearing that it's been pulled off consent, I wanted to make a couple of remarks.
Just to be clear, it has not been pulled off. There's
Okay,
one
great.
NOVA.
Sorry, Tom, but I'll just, I think we all know that the importance of our commitment to climate change in Palo Alto, and one thing that's really exciting about the work in Oaxaca is the potential of drawdown, the role of developing carbon offsets and forests as we also wind down the carbon emissions that occur within our city. Both tools work together. It's not an either or, it's an and. The points made by staff as to the purchase price of the carbon, I wanted to at least share my understanding is that I believe Palo Alto has gotten a very competitive rate on the offsets and is basically operating at market rate. And this is from a person that's been involved in purchasing not only Oaxaca offsets, but offsets from other entities. So thank you again for your support of this. It's pioneering our role in our engagement with Mexico, working on climate, and it shows again the power of what local governments can do in this arena. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. So we're voting on consent, starting with Councilmember Cook.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. And Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. So in regards to no on 6 electronic signatures, actually, I'm a huge supporter of electronic signatures. I think it's the right thing to do. There's several things that bother me. First of all, we're buying 25,000 licenses. I think there's only 400 active users, so we're buying, I don't know, several magnitude more licenses than we have actual active users. The other things I wonder is why didn't we just buy directly from DocuSign versus a resale in Virginia? And there's actually a lot of signature programs out there. So I think getting multiple bids on this would have been good. It is a pretty hefty contract. It's about 100 something thousand a year. So anyways, I just think we want to really, especially during these tough budget times, we want to really try to do a efficient job in procurement and trying to drive the cost down as much as possible, especially when something is commodity like electronic signatures. There's a bunch of them out. There's at least 10 providers. On 6, I do support the idea of carbon offsets. I think it's a really great idea. But as in previous years, California has been increasingly subjected to forest fires in our state. I was in Tahoe not so long ago, like maybe a month or so ago, and I saw firsthand the smoke, the fires, the devastation that our state has felt. We've had similar forest fires just about every single year in increasing amounts. So I think we have a record amount of acreage being burned. I think when we buy carbon offsets, I think we really should try to get them locally, try to restore some of our forest, some of our natural ecosystem. I think that's important. Help offset some of the devastation that our neighbors close to us have felt in our state. I think that's really important. I think that a lot of us, even here in Palo Alto, has probably smelt the smoke of the fires, and we've seen the smoke in the air, and we all kind of check sometimes now the smoke particulate level. So while I understand it may be kind of noble to try to help out foreign countries, I really think that we should try to help our local neighbors first. So while I do admire the Neighbor Abroad program, especially the exchange program they have with students, and I applaud and support that, I just feel that right now, given the kind of devastation we've had recently and over the past few years, in regards to our own forest fires and you know, kind of disappearing forest because of these fires, I think we need to do it here. So that's why I voted no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if we could get the few slides up. We do have a few items of note for the council and community. Also, just want to just make one small correction. First off, let me just acknowledge on the consent calendar that certainly appreciate each council member's prerogative to vote as they see fit, and so would not weigh in on that by any means. Just one factual correction relative to that DocuSign contract. The reference to 25,000 is actually for what they call envelopes or documents. It does not refer to the number of users, but this is indicative of the volume of DocuSign that we've been seeing, and as noted in the report, is an area that we will be looking for generating some efficiencies during this contract period, as well as through a competitive evaluation of alternative sources. Okay, then moving on to items for note to the council and community. Next slide, please. First off, with just a quick update on where we are with respect to the pandemic. I'm sure that much of this is common knowledge, but just to confirm that we are tracking closely the applications of booster shots, and we understand that there has been subsequent approval at CDC level for boosters related to high-risk occupations. And so we'll be tracking and provide information as it becomes available on distributions and other issues of note. We have noted on this slide ways in which any individuals who have yet to receive the initial vaccinations can get those, as well as testing that we have on a recurring basis here in Palo Alto, as well as through the County of Santa Clara. Next slide, please. Okay, looking forward to a few items of hopefully great interest for the community. First off is this current now Latinx and Hispanic Heritage Month, which is the month-long period between September 15th and October 15th, and really is a next example of the city's ongoing interest in follow-up work related to race and equity, and really celebration of the many communities and ethnicities within our community. And in this particular month, our library is really taking the lead through a number of programs and events scheduled during this month-long period. And so information on those programs are available on our homepage under our news buttons. Next slide, please. Also upcoming one I'm particularly excited about. I missed our first Code Art here in Palo Alto, and will not miss it again. So next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, wonderful opportunity to visit and perhaps stroll through downtown Palo Alto and experience this new media art exhibit, which promises to be really exciting and unique. So if you needed an excuse to come by and visit downtown Palo Alto, great opportunity to pair it up with dinner or just a stroll or some pre-holiday shopping. But again, just looks to be a very unique and interesting exhibit. So with tours that will be starting here at City Hall at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Again, next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Next slide, please. And that's not this Thursday, it's a week from Thursday. Okay, also want to note for community members, you may notice our signature lines on city staff emails may be getting a little longer, where we've now inserted a button for feedback on services. One of a number of ways that our organization will be soliciting ongoing feedback from members of the community on services that they're receiving from the city, we'll be putting together some new dashboards and ability for us to roll up that information. But again, just want to invite members of the community to let us know how we're doing, both positive as well as negative, and constructive feedback always welcome. So you'll look for this on a variety of formats in the services that the city is providing. Next slide, please. And since the date is continuing to march forward, October 19th is the deadline to volunteer or file an application for a number of the city's boards and commissions. So certainly invite any members of the community that are interested to make contact with our staff that are involved with any of these commissions, as well as clearly commissioners or city council members ultimately will be involved in the selection. But certainly invite community members to step up to greater participation, as these boards and commissions are critical to our engagement and effective decision-making on behalf of the city. Next slide, please. Then finally, noting a few upcoming dates on our city council agenda docket. Next week, we will have the commercial linkage fee as it relates to affordable housing and impacts from commercial development. And then we will have Monday off, the 11th of October for the holiday, and then be back on October 18th, which will be a readout and first discussion by the full council on potential tree ordinance revisions that have been discussed by the city council's Policy and Services Committee, as well as the next discussion related to grade separations with a focus on the Churchill Avenue crossings. And then looking forward to late October and into November, a number of land use items on October 25th, as well as our first quarterly update on finances for the city's budget with this new fiscal year. And then into November, ongoing discussions or next installment of ongoing discussions on potential revenue ballot measures and parking policies, as well as our sustainability and climate action plan. So with that, I believe, and I would note, I'm sorry, there was a footnote on that slide that tonight, later this evening, the council will be discussing in-person meetings versus this fully remote Zoom platform. And so subject to the council's decisions relative to that, we may make adjustments to your October meetings and certainly into the future. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that completes my report.
Okay, thank you. So we're on to our action calendar. Our first item, item 10, is to adopt a resolution declaring emergency shelter crisis and to discuss the Project Home Key application.
Perhaps if I could lead off, and then I'll turn it over to our Deputy City Manager, Chantal Cotton-Gaines, just to perhaps provide a little bit of context for this item this evening. As the council well knows, but perhaps the community that has not been tracking this may be unaware that this has been quite a sprint to put together the information that the council will be discussing this evening, both on behalf of our city staff, as well as a prospective partner and existing partner, Life Moves, as well as the county of Santa Clara. Council most recently discussed this project on just a little more than a month ago on August 9th. And as a result, we've really been sprinting again to pull together the information here. We'll talk a little bit about the time frame, but really just want to acknowledge that this really is a pretty complex issue. And as such, can really would want to reinforce the importance that we have the opportunity for full discussion and understanding of the various dimensions of both the project as a potential development project, land development, as well as the partnership that would be involved going forward. So with that, I could anticipate that we may have this evening evolve into something of a working session, and would certainly invite the council, or perhaps anticipate the council's questions, and we'll open the door to both our staff as well as our partners to treat this as a working session where we're as much trying to tease out what are issues of sensitivity and our areas of greatest perhaps feasibility thresholds to reach, and then allow us to take that feedback and move forward with our next steps. So with that, Ms. Gaines.
Thank you so much. And to the clerk's office, are you able to pull up the presentation? If not, I can. Yes, we'll have it up shortly. Okay, thank you. Okay, so while they're pulling that up, I can start. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. Thank you, Mr. Shikata, for opening with that helpful information. I will jump on in with just a little bit more place setting as well, just reminding the council of the existing things in the city supporting our unhoused residents and neighbors. So there's currently no 24/7 operating interim or transitional housing shelter in the city of Palo Alto. You'll hear a little bit more from Life Moves about the spectrum of housing options related to our unhoused population in town, but I did want to make that note that there's a rotating shelter through Hotel de Zinc that functions at a variety of places of worship in town, but there's more need than the people that are served in that space. So the Home Key program, which we will talk a little bit more about today, working with Life Moves, has provided a dignity model that allows for our unhoused neighbors to have a short-term place to stay and also receive the wraparound services they need while they're getting on their feet. Next slide, please. So just quick overview of the presentation, giving background about the program, information about the site plan and budget, and then some process streamlining info, and we'll get to the recommendation. I know there are an abundance of questions, so we will do our best to power quickly through this presentation. Next slide, please. So Mr. Shikata pretty much went over the action from August 9th, but the City Council asked us to work with Life Moves to pursue an application towards the Project Home Key grant program. In that time, since this action has taken place, the notice of funding availability has come out, so we have more clarification, and we've also done a lot of study on the actual site that has been proposed for the LATP site, Area C. And we have continued the other conversation on August 30th. So just a recap of that motion. Next slide. So the main pieces that are within the NOFA, or Notice of Funding Availability from the state, related to Project Home Key is there's $200 million for the Bay Area. The applications open up at the end of this week, and it's awarded on a rotating basis, rolling basis. And so essentially the sooner applications are in, the more likely that you'll find out whether or not you receive the funding. And so the initial deadline is in January. However, they will be processing applications as they come in, which is why we wanted to get to the City Council in September, so that we also had a really competitive chance related to the grant. Home Key provides $150 or $150,000 per door and up to $200,000 per door for 3-bed family units in the capital subsidy. And we'll go into more of that. There's also an operating subsidy for the different types of units. And the Home Key operating subsidy could possibly expand over 3 years, depending on other committed funding. And there's a note in the NOFA about any unspent capital subsidy being allowed to be allocated towards operating expenses. And if the City Council pushes forward with this project, we'll also be meeting with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and we'll have more context around exactly what that means. But just a note that that is within the NOFA as well. Next slide. And I will turn it over now to Joe Price and Aubrey Merriman from Life Moves to talk a little bit about their organization as the potential partner for the city on this project.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that, Ms. Gaines. And the Honorable Mayor, City Council, city staff, and community, we're just honored to be here. As an organization, we are wanting to level set and give you a little bit of background information about Life Moves and who we are and what we do. But before we did that, I just wanted to make sure that we express our deep gratitude and appreciation and excitement about what this could mean for the city of Palo Alto. And our recent success with developing and building a similar type of community that's being proposed in Palo Alto in Mountain View really showed the entrepreneurial spirit of Silicon Valley. And it showed that when we prioritize solving homelessness as a crisis, that we can build rapidly, effectively, and sustainably. And we have the ability to match funds being put forth by the county and the state. And all of our work is done in alignment with the Santa Clara County Community Plan to end homelessness. So HomeKey offers a unique window to expedite housing for our unhoused neighbors and encourages all of us together to really think about how this is the moment, this is the time to rise to that challenge. And our ability to partner and lean in as co-applicants and moving on this pathway forward together is our ability to really rise to that challenge. Life Moves has a track record of working robustly and effectively and collaboratively. We are looking forward to working with the city of Palo Alto. We are going to stand beside you shoulder to shoulder as a co-applicant, as a partner throughout this process. And we are willing to work with the city of Palo Alto to cultivate the philanthropic support and to commit to identifying ongoing funding sources and demonstrate that long-term vision. And so tonight we hope to understand some of the sensitivities and thresholds that will allow us to have clarity on a path moving forward. So with that said, Life Moves is in the business of rapidly returning individuals, families, and veterans to stable housing and self-sufficiency. Life Moves has been operating in a number of different iterations for 40 years, and so we are not new to the market. And the services that we provide in terms of our formula of impact have really been instrumental in our ability to deliver on the outcomes that you see on the screen here. We have 26 sites throughout Santa Clara County and San Mateo County, so you can see that we have the extensive reach and touch, and the numbers of clients served and the percentage of children who occupy our sites are indicated here on the slide. And I think as I turn over some of the presentation to Ms. Joanne Price and Dr. Brian Greenberg, I can impress upon the city enough that we know that there's some questions that still need to be answered. There's some opportunities that we have to solve for, and there are some considerations that we have to factor in. But Life Moves is going to do that together. We're going to do that in partnership with the city of Palo Alto. We're committed to this for the long haul. And we understand that delivering our services in a caring community like Palo Alto is a lot more effective and efficient than trying to deliver those same services in the streets and encampments. So we look forward to continuing this working session and to really understand what are the key questions and information that needs to be gathered and commitments that need to be reaffirmed in order for us to find a productive pathway forward. So thank you for that time, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Brian Greenberg to talk to you a little bit more about our programs and our formula for impact and success.
Thank you, Aubrey. Council members and staff, thanks for this opportunity. As you are aware, we operate Hotel de Zinc, a rotating faith-based shelter with 20 co-ed beds. It's a congregate setting. What's being proposed is a non-congregate setting. People that are experiencing homelessness value privacy just as much as housed people do. And people experiencing homelessness don't travel very well. So shelter options that are distant from Palo Alto or distant from the North County area that just are not good options for effectively moving people off the street. So to really get people out of the San Francisco Creek area, out of the Caltrain corridor area, out of the El Camino University Avenue area, we really need to visibly and dramatically improve the situation for all the stakeholders, people experiencing homelessness, for law enforcement, for merchants and residents. We really need a non-congregate transitional housing option. You see there a little bit about our model, but the secret sauce is really an individually tailored housing plan for everyone that moves in. And that might mean linking people with behavioral health services or primary care services. It's a savings plan for everyone. It's a housing plan for everyone, and the housing plan for everyone is different. After people get the right care, some reunify with family, some move into market rate housing, some move into permanent supportive housing, some folks rent a room. About a third of our folks in our interim housing situations move out of the Bay Area entirely, where living on a service sector job is much more affordable once you get 50 miles away from the coast. But that secret sauce really is that individually tailored approach. Can I get the next? I think I'll save the rest of the story for the questions that are to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian and Aubrey. So the next part is the details we've been able to put together related to the actual proposed site. So next slide, please. The last time that we spoke with the City Council on August 9th, we were looking at the LATP site Area C. So in the document or the picture in front of you, we were looking at that red piece above the green piece. It looks a little bit like Christmas. And the whole, both of those pieces together are Area C. And as the Life Moves team worked with the architectural group, they really realized that there were some limitations for just using that red slice. So some of the things that they noticed in doing further research is that fire access to the rear was not possible to do with this site with just the narrow layout, as well as also having egress paths at the backside of the property. It sort of dead ends into brush, and then there's a private business on the other side of the property. And lastly, there are two large utility lines that come into the site, which we would have to have easements for. So upon working together and doing some creative problem solving between the Life Moves team and the city, the proposed site plan that you're going to see in a moment is really what the recommendation is. So next slide. And Joe, you can speak to the changes from this concept into the actual site plan.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm Joe Price, I'm VP of Real Estate with Life Moves. Firstly, thank you to Mayor and City Council members for your consideration this evening. And I also want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of staff's time and effort helping us reach this point. So thank you so much, Chantal, and the entire city team. It's exciting to share our progress, and we're here tonight to help clarify how we got here. And as Chantal mentioned, there's an abundance of questions. So I wanted to be clear on what we had described back in August and where the site plan sits today. So I went back to my actual notes to confirm what I said. And at that time, I said that the site plan in front of us, that this was a quick mock-up of a potential site layout from our architect, Chuck Splosies, who's here tonight and can answer questions. And because we could double or even triple stack these units, we could get from 100 to 180 doors that was mentioned back in August. And I said at that time, of course, the actual program and the unit design would need to be explored with the city to determine the actual scope of the project, the target demographic, and the number of units. For example, would it be families only, singles only, or would it be mixed use? And it's important to note on the site plan on the screen in front of you that all the units on the original site plan were single sleeping units or single beds. There were no family units. So next slide. So as Chantal mentioned, quite a few things changed on the current site plan. And not only the site configuration, but it was the unit type and the unit total. Firstly, there were challenges presented by the existing site boundaries, easements, and necessary turning radius for fire access. And we also heard loud and clear from council to address the situation to avoid having the residents sandwiched between the two operations. So over the past 6 weeks, a lot of effort has gone into the numerous iterations of the site plan in discussions with staff and to successfully reconfigure the parcel addressing all those needs that you see today. The proposed plan now, though, accommodates 88 units. And it's important to distinguish that these 88 units include 64 singles, and 24 family units that sleep at least 3 people for a total of 136 beds. And that's important because we calculate our operating costs per bed, per person, per night. We'll get into costs later in the presentation, but it's fair to note that our cost per bed is comparable with our recently opened Mountain View site. And the cost per bed on average across the first 5 years, $80 per bed per night, are comparable with other service providers in this sector, and per the county, it's within average. Also to note on this site plan are the actual unit types. Every single unit on this site plan has an ensuite bathroom, both singles and families. Next slide. So I mentioned that we have 88 units, 64 singles, 24 families, and that's a 2-story design. But if we had went up to 3 stories, we would have created another 12 family units and another 36 single units for a total of 136 units at 208 beds. So if you want me to explain that again, I can. It's if we go on another 3-story, if we could put a 3rd story on this plan, we'll create another 12 family units and another 36 single units for a total of 136 units, but 208 beds in total because our family units sleep 3. Next slide. These are just a couple of pictures from our site in Mountain View that you've all visited, and so is the next slide. And with that, I'm going to hand back over to staff.
Thank you. And these 2 slides are just giving samples of what the insides and outsides of the modulars look like. Next slide, please. The other things that have been noted related to the LATP site is there is some site remediation that needs to be done. We're further researching exactly what that is and what level will be needed, but there are solutions that Life Moves has done with other sites that have similar previous uses. In terms of utility connections, we have been in touch with our utilities team and understanding where the hookups are and trying to understand what available utilities are near the site. We understand that this site is in the FEMA flood zone as well as relating to our sea level rise policy, so it will require that the site be raised. We are aware of the amount right now for the sea level rise policy, but the FEMA flood zone amount, we are still doing further research on, and we will know over the coming weeks and months. And in terms of the site appraisal, that process has been started. And so we will get that information in preparation for submitting the application. Next slide. So going to budget, just a couple of slides on this, and I know there will be questions, so I won't make everyone strain their eyes to read this. So this chart is in the staff report as well. The estimated operating expenses based off of calculations from our Life Moves team is around 4 million, give or take, each year for the first five years for 88 doors. So you'll notice in the 3.7 range, sort of around year 1 and going up to 4.2 around year 5. Next slide. For the operating expenses, I'll go through each of these pieces. So operations up to year 15, by applying for and accepting the grant, the city would be committing to a 15-year covenant on this part of the site and to operating the shelter for at least 5 years. Operating expenses are projected to be supported by a variety of agencies. We've been in touch with our partners at Santa Clara County who have committed to fully funding 2 years of operating cost. The Home Key program in and of itself provides a subsidy of $1.17 million for 2 years. And then Life Moves and the city of Palo Alto would be, by applying for the grant, committing to working together to identify funding to solve any operational gaps. The operating gaps are estimated to be in existence for the first couple of years of the program based off of the Home Key subsidy. And we're looking at options related to funding that gap, which could include donations from private individuals, which Life Moves has a lot of experience with, which you'll see an example of related to the capital cost. Next slide. For capital expenses, the total capital expenses estimated are 17.6 million. That's the $200,000 per door calculation for the 88 doors. The home key grant, if awarded, may award up to 14.4 million of that, which will leave about a $3.2 million capital gap. And the Life Moves team have secured a pledge for $5 million from a private donor. So the operating or the capital gap, excuse me, would be covered by that private donor's contribution. Additional capital expenses are anticipated related to the green waste site. So as you saw in the site plan, instead of the two parcels located right next to each other, they're going more front and back. And for green waste operations, in consultation with the green waste organization as well as our staff, that could work for them operationally, but we will have to move some of the infrastructure that currently exists in their existing site. We anticipate some capital costs for that, but the exact number is unknown in this moment. And lastly, related to operating or capital expenses, is currently the city does contract for the LATP site and has some rental revenue there. Right now it's $115,000 in lease revenue to the general fund. And with the proposed project, the operating earning revenue opportunity there would be lost going forward. Next slide. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Tanner from our Planning and Building Department to go into the next part.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members. Good to be with you all this evening. Just want to share a little bit about some of the procedural elements that relate to the proposed project. First is that projects that are funded under AB 140, which is the legislation that authorizes Project Home Key, are automatically deemed consistent with all local requirements and no discretionary approvals can be required. And therefore, the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, review is not required for that project. In addition, additional legislation at the state level does allow cities and counties really, to declare an emergency shelter crisis. And in declaring that crisis, with the resolution that's attached, if the council does choose to do so, exempts the signing of the lease between the city and Life Moves from CEQA review. It also provides further streamlining for future council actions to address homelessness. And really, the shelter crisis, what it does is provide additional flexibility when it comes to how to provide housing for people unhoused, so that cities and counties can react more flexibly to the emergency, which is declared through that declaration. Staff and Life Moves will continue to collaborate to ensure the project design and that it respects and aligns as closely as possible with the city's design and policy objectives, particularly related to protecting and stewarding the Baylands, as this is adjacent to the Baylands. We want to make sure, for example, lights are shining downwards. We're having colors and things that help to have minimal disruption to the surrounding environmental area. And so even though with the previous two bullets, there's no discretionary approval, for example, for the design of the shelter, we're working very closely, as I think you can see through this presentation, with Life Moves in a collaborative environment to really achieve the mutual objectives of the city and of Life Moves. And then finally, the relocation of the green waste facilities, as was explained with the reconfiguration of the site, it may require a comprehensive plan amendment, because part of the area where green waste would occupy is designated as conservation land. So even though that area has not been used as conservation land, as you might think of it, really for a number of years, it's been used for, as we heard, storage or for construction staging, other uses, that the comp plan does designate that as conservation land. And so we want to make sure that's aligned more with the use that it would have. That process of doing the amendment might require a CEQA review, which requires staff time. It might require and likely would require the services of a consultant to perform that CEQA review and also the permitting for the green waste site. So by shifting that site, it does create a little bit of a project for the city to undertake, but one that, if the council does agree, would be worthwhile in terms of helping to promote and provide a location for the emergency shelter to be located. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have on that topic. I'll hand it back now to Ms. Gaines.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tanner. And just to put emphasis there for the green waste, that it's a portion of the back of the site that is the conservation land, not all of it. And next slide. We included the timeline here for the grant as well as in the staff report, and I covered some of these. So we'll just skip to the last slide, which is the recommendation. There's a lot of pieces here, but they were all listed in the staff report as well. I'll go through them. So the first is adopting a resolution declaring an emergency shelter crisis, as Ms. Tanner has explained that portion of it. Adopting number 2, a resolution authorizing the city manager to apply for the Home Key program. This resolution has been requested with the NOFA to be submitted with the application itself. The third is directing staff to complete due diligence necessary for the application, and that's continuing the work that we've been doing related to the site and understanding the lay of the land and what is there and what we will need for this project if approved. Fourth is directing staff to return with necessary actions related to capital and operating costs for the project and include the city's portion of the operating expenses as part of the city's long-range financial forecasting, taking into account funding from Life Moves as a partner, as well as financial support from other agencies. In the actual application, we would have to show that there is committed funding for the first 5 years of operation. And that piece of it is what we are linking to here in item number 4 of the recommendation, so that we have enough information to show to the state and applying for this funding that we do have enough funds for the first 5 years of operation as required by the grant. And number 5 is directing staff to identify the cost associated with moving green waste operations within the LATP Area C, and to work with Life Moves to identify funding sources for the relocation. So with that, that concludes our staff presentation. We have staff here from our city team, as well as the Life Moves team, prepared to answer questions from the council. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go to the public before we come back to the council for discussion. So if any member of the public would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. And we'll continue taking hands through the first 2 speakers. And we're going to do 2 minutes a speaker. Our first speaker is Lisa Van Dusen.
Thank you. And good evening again, council members and Mayor Du Bois. Tonight is housing night. My name is Lisa Van Dusen, and while I'm Executive Director of the Palo Alto Community Fund, I'm speaking tonight as an individual and as a resident of Palo Alto, as well as someone who's both personally and professionally interested in being part of sustainable housing solutions across the full spectrum. And as Aubrey said, this is our moment with federal dollars, a workable site, and other ingredients. It really does seem like a wonderful moment in time, and it's great that the staff is working so hard to bring forward an application with Life Moves. It may be an expanded moment because I know it will take time to put all this together. I have worked with Life Moves in various capacities, both personally and professionally, and have the utmost confidence and respect for their team, for their integrity and their ability to deliver on their mission and promises. And I have also had the pleasure of visiting the Project Home Key facility in Mountain View in person, and it is beautiful and inspiring. And if people haven't been there, I recommend going. It really just helps you understand what the whole setup is. So I'm here tonight to just cheer everybody on, to encourage this to come to life, because the statistics are compelling. The conversion rate for a facility like this compared to coming in, as people say, off the street or from safe parking is really compelling. From the street, it's in the single digits, in the 30% range for safe parking, and it's in the mid 80 percentile for people getting into permanent housing from a facility with wraparound services like this. So having a window into the reality of those other starting places where it takes tremendous resources to both support individuals and families to getting out of the street into permanent housing, this is a great investment, and I really hope that it happens and encourage this to move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hamilton Hutchings.
I wanted to thank staff for bringing this to council quickly and pursuing the state funding for this, which is absolutely key to meeting our goals. I wanted to particularly mention I appreciated Rachel Tanner's comments. I also wanted to thank Mr. Merriman from Life Moves for coming. You know, one thing I hope that staff and the council will discuss is the feasibility of adding a third story. You know, we have this plot of land. We want to maximize the benefit for homeless on it. And, you know, we don't have a million of these parcels lying around. We have, the land is very precious. So how do we get, is it financially feasible to do 3 stories? We're going to do this project anyway. Can we spend a little bit more money and add a third story so we can get more families and more single folks in there? And then the last thing I'll say is, you know, I hope we fund this properly to make it seismically safe, make it safe from winter storms, and make it really welcoming and attractive for the people who are going to be there. We don't cut any corners. We just really do this project right. It's a fantastic project. I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burton, members of the Policy City Council. My name is David Meyer. I represent Silicon Valley at Home. We're an affordable housing advocacy organization that works across the county. Really want to thank the council for their support for exploring this potential Project Home Key site in Palo Alto. I think this is a really important opportunity for the city to provide interim housing solutions for our most vulnerable neighbors. I really want to thank the staff for all the amazing work that's been done on this so far and boiling down very complex issue into just a couple of slides. You know, and also moving on a short timeline in order to be able to be eligible for and secure the state funding. I think this is a great opportunity for the state to lean into the speed. It's how the state program is designed, and it's worked out so well for Mountain View. You've all seen the success there. I also didn't know that there was a private funder that was willing to contribute $5 million towards the operating expenses. I think that's really great. And I think just shows the resources that Palo Alto has at its disposal through these types of private public partnerships. So also want to just say, thrilled that Life Moves is involved. They're an excellent partner. Their project in Mountain View is spectacular, and really think that this is going to be another opportunity for them to really show all the great work that they do. So urge the council to continue moving this forward. And I really wish the city best of luck in being able to secure these state funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Botella.
Hi, my name is Anna Botello. I am a resident of the city of Palo Alto, and I strongly urge council to move forward with this proposal. We live in such a wealthy community, and when I walk on University Avenue and I see homeless folks there, it just breaks my heart. You know, people with kids out on the street. So we have an amazing opportunity here, and this is the time to take advantage of it. Like Hamilton said, if we can work on the 3rd story, let's do it. Let's do it right and get as many folks as we can into a safe space. It's the right thing to do for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. My name is Scott O'Neill. I'm a Palo Alto homeowner. I live nearby. Kind of over by East Meadow Circle. I've taken my kids and my Girl Scout troop into the Baylands near here for astronomy, and I used to commute daily through the area, especially when the 101 underpass was closed for the winter. I strongly support this project. Everything I've read about homelessness says that the cheapest and most effective answers all involve getting people housed as a first step, that it's just too hard to help people when they're dealing with life being unhoused. I'd second Hamilton's comments about future-proofing and going through and going big with it. Unfortunately, we don't know how much worse the housing crisis is going to get before it gets better. So I'm asking the council to please support this program. It looks outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Swayze Fogarty.
Hi, good evening. My name is Megan Swayze Fogarty. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I also work in community engagement at Stanford University. But tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Over the last year, I've been part of a monthly collaborative conversation of stakeholders in our community who have really thought deeply about how to provide support for our vehicle dwelling neighbors. And I am so proud of Life Moves and what they've done in Mountain View. what we can do here, the incredible support of our city staff and county and multiple supporters who care deeply about this. We know the Mountain View site is working, and so I urge you to move this forward so that we can really do something incredible as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron James.
I really like the council's moving forward with this project. I also hope that you'll pass the resolution declaring an emergency shelter crisis. I think the number of homeless in this community and this county and across the state, it's an understatement to say that we have a crisis in need for shelter. This sounds like an extraordinary project. I do think Dave Price's editorial today made a good point. Let's make sure that all the players that are going to administer this program are accountable, that it turns out to be a transitional housing, and that people are moving that on to more permanent housing. And of course, Hamilton Hitchens' idea of a third story makes extraordinary good sense, as other speakers have said. I also know that the whole concept of housing first oftentimes mitigates a constellation of problems for the unhoused, including drug use and interaction with the criminal justice system. So we're going to be making people's lives better while also making certain that we're maximizing public benefit by those additional things, keeping people from having to go to the emergency room because now they have housing. There's just so many positive collateral, positive things that happen when you house people. So I'd be very excited if the city of Palo Alto pursues this, does it in a credible and accountable way. Thanks much. Go for it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl Klein. Cheryl, can you unmute? There you go.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor Dubois and City Council members. I'm Cheryl Klein. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I'm also on the Housing Element Committee and on the board of the Palo Alto Community Fund, and I work at Alta Housing. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself. I was thrilled to see that the Palo Alto's Home Key project has so much momentum behind it. We need more locations to house our unhoused community members. This past weekend, I was downtown very early on Saturday morning and walked past a homeless person sleeping outside the Palo Alto Planning Office on Hamilton Avenue, just across from City Hall. It struck me as so ironic that here in downtown Palo Alto, one of the wealthiest cities on the peninsula, we have a community member who does not have shelters and is sleeping across from City Hall. This is a social and economic problem that we need you, our leaders, to address. Life Moves has a strong reputation for providing services to our homeless members, and we are fortunate to have them as a partner in this project. I hope that you will continue to move this proposal forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Patty Rieger.
Hi, this is Patty Rieger, and I'm speaking for myself, but I'm also on the Human Relations Commission. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on Megan Fogarty's. I too have been participating in those monthly meetings, and I could say that we're all I could just say I'm just so pleased with all the excitement of doing this and going forward. But I hope that we also remember that after we've housed these people temporarily, we need to keep on focusing on building affordable housing and making it available for people to stay in the community and not having them go somewhere outside of our area to live. I just want to say thank you. This is I want to thank the staff and and everyone that's been part of this. So thank you. And I hope that the city council really goes forward with this and not think of it as a blanket just to get everybody off the street and forget about them. I hope that we remember that they are part of our community and we have to embrace them and encourage them being part of our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Schwartz.
Hi, this is Adam Schwartz. I am a resident and homeowner in Palo Alto. I strongly support this plan for building emergency housing for unhoused people in Palo Alto. I'd like to thank everyone who's done so much work to get this going. I hope we get this housing built as quickly as we possibly can, consistent with the plans that are coming from city staff. This, of course, is just the first of many steps that are necessary in order to deal with the crisis of homelessness in Palo Alto. But I strongly support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am speaking for myself and on behalf of Peninsula for Everyone. I'll also note that I served on the county's unhoused task force and have also worked as a clinician serving unhoused veterans in community-based settings like this. And it's really encouraging to hear all these positive comments from the community. So I want to thank staff and thank Life Moves for helping Palo Alto move really quickly on this. This is an urgent crisis and it requires urgent action. So just want to support this project. I would support going up to 3 stories to really maximize on this opportunity. And I do want to remind the council that interim housing is only one piece of the puzzle. You can think of the 1-2-4 rule. So for every 1 unit of interim housing, you want to think about 2 supportive homes and 4 cases of preventing homelessness from occurring in the first place. So when we think about our housing element, it's really important that we find at least a handful of sites for permanent supportive housing for formerly unhoused people, and really prioritizing sites in our downtown, looking at the parking lots, which we've seen a wonderful proposal for that. And then the other piece of preventing homelessness in the first place, part of accomplishing that is protecting tenants from displacement. It's been years now, and we still have no ordinance protecting tenants with any kind of relocation assistance or rental assistance. And that's a big part of the solution, is preventing displacement from occurring, preventing homelessness from happening in the first place. And really that saves the most money of all. But got off topic. This proposal is great. Glad the community supports it. Thank you.
Okay, that's our final speaker. We'll come back to council. Again, we have a full agenda. We have another item after this, 2 more items actually. Let's go ahead. Let's do a round of questions and we'll see where we are. Questions and comments. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. I do have a fair number of comments and questions. Mostly it's, I don't know that exciting is the word. It's heartwarming to see this moving forward and starting to take shape. So that's the overwhelming feeling that I have. I think I will save my budget questions for the next go round. Let me start with just happy to see that they're ensuite bathrooms. I noticed that in the plan, and that's a difference from Mountain View. So thanks for that. I think that makes it an even more appealing place for people and improves privacy, especially, as we get towards the colder winter months. Little confused about where we are with Valley Water and the staging area. So Mr. Rocha sent a letter suggesting would there be an alternate staging area. The staff report says you'll continue to work with Valley Water. Any update as we try to reconcile the staff report with the At Places memo and Mr. Rocha's letter?
Hi, I would just note, oh, there we go, Karen North. Perhaps feel free, Karen, from Public Works Department to provide any specifics you've got. I was only going to offer that, again, I think it's an ongoing conversation with Valley Water.
That is absolutely true. It's still an ongoing conversation. They were a little surprised with this project and the purification facility that they're also looking at the area B of the LATP site. So we'll just have to work with Valley Water if they do go forward with the purification facility.
Okay, great. Thanks for staying on top of that. I'm also a little confused about CEQA for the green waste portion that would be behind it. I see the timeline, and I'm trying to reconcile. Actually, well, let me just start with timeline. So, when is the first time we can submit an application?
The information from the NOFA showed October 1st as a opening date for submittals.
Okay, so, and we can submit them all the way up until the end of January, but they will be taken in the order received.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thanks. That wasn't 100% clear. Okay, so then that makes me nervous because anytime you say CEQA, I hear like, you know, it's going to take multiple years. So what's the update on the CEQA for the green waste portion of this site? How quickly could that be done? Should it be deemed necessary?
So I will defer to all the staff who have much more experience on this than me, but I will just offer high level. So the CEQA related to green waste would not impact the timeline for the home key project. But in terms of specifics, I'll give it to Ms. Tanner or Albert in the attorney's office.
I did see Mr. Yang come on, so I don't know, Albert, if you wanted to offer something first.
Sure. You know, this isn't something that we've had too much time to explore in depth. I think the new site plan is something that we've been seeing for about a week now. So it's possible that, you know, because the site hasn't been used in a conservation manner, that it won't be an extensive process, but we'll have to take a closer look at it.
Okay.
And I think maybe to that point, and Ms. Gaines' point, you know, we'll be doing a little bit of walking and chewing gum at the same time, which is applying for the grant, hopefully being successful, beginning to work on the potential relocation and kind of moving those pieces, hopefully in harmony and they'll be synchronized. And so in the best of cases, the timeline for the grant being awarded and work starting also aligns with the conclusion of the CEQA work, and those things can move in a good manner. It is just I think the site for green waste relocation is like a little bit over an acre, and it's just 11,000 square feet that are really in question. So it is not the entire site. So a portion of it can be used for those facilities without, you know, even the CEQA analysis being completed.
That's a helpful clarification. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yang and Ms. Tanner. And then I guess just my last one on this round, and again, I'll do budget numbers next time. Why is the project proposed at 2 stories and not 3?
Great question. We wanted to include information of both, knowing that it is close to the Baylands, just being very cognizant of the overall scenery. We asked Life Moves to show us the design of what it will look like with 2 and with 3. So there's flexibility for them to add that 3rd unit on if that's of interest to the city council. We wanted to make sure that you all could see the information both ways.
And were we provided information about the height? How tall is the 2-story version that's proposed?
Chuck, could you take that question, please?
Yes, each level is about 10 feet. So 3 stories would be below 30 feet and 2 stories approximately 20 feet.
Okay, but it has to be raised above a certain level. And is it modular in that I remember in other modular ones, the levels are higher than average?
They are, but that's taking that into account. They have a floor and a roof in each module, and they're just stacked one on top of each other.
Okay, so assuming it has to go up 3 feet and there's some, again, I'm not an architect or engineer, subfloor, then it's the 20 feet or 30 feet on top of those.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. And I'll do budget on the next go round.
And just to give accolades to who's here, Chuck is the architect who worked on the site plan. I realized I did not introduce him. Thank you.
And the Mountain View project.
And many more.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Life Moves and staff. Yeah, working so quickly on this important issue. And Chuck, thanks for being here, and great design work. And I toured the Mountain View facility and really just fell in love with it. So I really you're doing a great job, and excited to ultimately support a project moving forward. I want to follow up on Councilmember Cormack's question there, because that was one of my questions as well, regarding the staff recommendation. So I got the sense from the staff report that staff was recommending we move forward with 2 stories, but Ms. Gaines, your kind of response there didn't seem so enthusiastic over the 2 stories, seemed pretty neutral between 2-story and 3-story. So is there a true staff recommendation for 2 stories and a reason to support that? Or is the staff recommendation really more neutral and I guess seeing the pros and cons for both?
Actually, if Ms. Tanner can pop back up. Sorry, Rachel.
Sorry, I'm here, just getting some messages from staff.
Thank you. If you could speak to, in terms of things we researched about requirements related to 2 or 3 stories, and we found that I don't think there were any issues, but I did want to have the professional speak to that.
Right. I think part of what we were trying to do, Councilmember Stone, is just to, again, as Ms. Gaines said, to present options. So, and part of it is the multiple paths that are before the council. So if, for example, we're doing home key and we're also declaring a shelter crisis, that provides some relief from some of our regulations. If we wanted to be more aligned with our Baylands recommendation or regulations and guidelines, for example, having lower lying buildings might be more in line with those guidelines. And so we might say, okay, that's 2 stories. We want to kind of, we want to advance this project, but let's have it in a way that's a little more consistent with our guidelines for Baylands development. But again, we might say, well, it's a shelter crisis. This is really important. This is really urgent. And so we want to make sure we can maximize the number of people that could be served at the site. And so we did want to leave that to be a decision for the council to make.
Okay, I appreciate that. What was the Bayland guidelines provided to us in any of the staff reports or attachments? I didn't see it. I think that would be a really helpful kind of side-by-side comparison to really know, are we, I want to kind of stay consistent with my philosophy on a lot of these things. So I don't want us to go too far beyond what is expected, because I think having that that consistency for the public is important. But if we're not talking about a really big change here from those guidelines, I agree with what a lot of our public speakers commented on, that we have very limited space within the community. This is a unique opportunity, and I'd like to see us explore this option a little more. Just because I didn't get it. I felt enough information in the report on the 3-story option that seemed to be more focused on the 2. So having that would be helpful. I don't know if there's time in this meeting, or if you have that available now.
Certainly, we do have the guidelines available, and I can just say one of the relevant pieces is that the guidelines encourage us to keep elements low and horizontal. So low and horizontal is obviously not a height. And so low is a little bit subjective to what does someone think is low in that area. So one might say 3 stories could still be fairly low. Another might say that it's 2 or 1. And so that's not to try to be unhelpful, but just to say that guidelines do give some more subjective criteria, one might say. And so it isn't a specific height that's necessarily determined.
Appreciate that. And what is do we know the height of anything in that area to provide some context?
I would have to get that for you. I think part of what it is just kind of lower lying buildings is what we're encouraged to not block the view from the shore onto the Baylands area, and to kind of have good view lines between those areas. And so that's kind of where we were coming in at the 2, to kind of be more aligned with what is typical in the area. And again, not to say that 3 the council may not deem 3 to be also amenable to that as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tanner. If it's possible by the next round, if you have any of that information that you can find, that'd be great, because I'm trying to visualize it, and again, wanting to make sure we're not doing a dramatic departure, but I think it's worth looking into. So I appreciate that if you could have that on the next round. I just see a few seconds left on this round, so let me get one more question in here, and it's related to this. Do we know if we went 3 stories, what that might mean for the cost for the city for these services moving forward? Do we have that information available? Kind of a comparison of 2-story option and 3-story option as far as costs?
I can quickly jump in here. For a 3-story project, 136 units, that would be a $27 million cost estimate, and 22 million would be funded through Home Key with a 5 million capital gap. Operations costs would be estimated based on the numbers for the 2-story units, the 2-story option, around $5.5 to $6 million per year. Hope that helps.
So can we, just a quick kind of like simple comparing the 2-story to the 3-story on the price per year?
Yeah, so so the 2-story option, the cost to build is 17.6 million, and 14.4 would be funded through Home Key, leaving a construction gap of 3.2 million. On the 3-story option, it would cost 27 million. 22 million would be funded through Home Key, leaving a $5 million gap.
Sorry, okay, that perfect. You're going into the operations.
Yeah, operations. Yeah, then operations. The budgets that we submitted on average for the first 5 years average $4 million per year, and that's approximately $80 per bed per night. On the 3-story option, we would have 208 beds, not 136, 208, because each family unit is 3 beds. And the cost times $80 per night, remember that's an estimate until we did like a detailed breakdown, but that comes to about $6 million per year.
Okay, thank you.
It's fair to say it's an increase.
Yes, but okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. So excited about the project, and thanks for moving so fast. I also appreciate staff for being cognizant that this is by the Baylands. As mentioned in the comprehensive plan, this is in the public conservation land area, although it hasn't been conserved since we got this land. But again, I am all right with the new designation for the, I believe it's MIL, the new designation. So it's PF, but then for the,
I think you're MISP.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that. Now on this here, I have seen that there is the resolution that mentions that adopting a resolution declaring a local emergency shelter crisis, which would help streamline this process for this and future emergency shelter projects. That I would have a problem with. I think that, just streamlining this particular project is one thing, but to do others in the future, not knowing, especially when it's streamlined. And if it's something like the 525 East Charleston, where it does require going through a further process and public engagement, there would be less of that. The other thing is, will there be a services contract with Life Moves for this project?
We would work on a lease with the Life Moves organization, and that would be our contract.
So how would we track or have accountability in terms of how many people are housed, how many have been has transitioned to a job and to permanent housing? How would we get these kind of information and know that the services are addressed? Certainly, we have to have certain amount of accountability here.
Absolutely agree in terms of accountability and making sure that that's built in. Mr. Shikata, you were going to offer something there?
Sure. I would just note that this again is an ongoing discussion both with the Life Moves as well as the County of Santa Clara. We know that the county is also directly involved here in the development, not only of the project as a site, but also as an ongoing service provider. So I think among the three organizations, the form, whether it's a services agreement, a lease, as Ms. Gaines pointed out, or some variation on that is yet to be determined.
So obviously the application, there's an urgency to getting the application done. If they're accepting on October 1, are we going to be able to have further information prior to that or soon?
Well, certainly, I think at this point, it's probably fair to assume it will not be before October 1st. But that said, certainly would take the council's direction. And as I noted in my initial comments, to the extent that with Life Moves, and I believe we also have a representative of the county in our audience tonight, we might be able to identify appropriate next steps and timeframes.
So I can just add one additional thought, which is that in addition to a lease covering the land, we would likely have an operating agreement with Life Moves that would address some of those points about accountability and operations.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. That helps a lot. So would there be a possibility of getting an account for showing, well, a sheet showing the revenue opportunity for the lease of the land of that site over there as part of our economic contributions to our financial contributions towards this project? Not so much that we want to collect back on it or anything like that, but just to show that potentially this land can lease for so much, and that is part of a financial contribution towards this project. Is it possible to get something like that?
I'll certainly defer to others to the extent there are any mechanics involved. I think we could certainly describe it as such. I'm not exactly sure where that would factor in terms of decision-making. Certainly to the extent that it leverages other funding, whether it be state, county, or private, I think that's an appropriate perspective.
I think it's more informational and something that we can say that it's a financial contribution on the city's part for that piece of land that we're contributing. Lastly, I just want to make a correction for one of the public speakers who said the 5 million private funds was for operating costs. It isn't. The 5 million private funds is for covering capital funding gap. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. I'll come back. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'm gonna jump in. First of all, I want to say thanks for coming back so quickly. Thanks to everybody that's on this call, on this meeting. I'm definitely interested in trying to keep it simple and getting our application in early. And I just wanted to say that I also definitely prefer a mix of single and family units, if we can, which I think is where you're headed. Do you guys have experience with a multi-story container? Have you done one before?
Chuck and Joe, did you want to speak to
I
that?
can. This particular model, we have not built on 2 stories, but thankfully we have a team behind us who are designing the facility in Redwood City that's 2 and 3 stories. And many of our facilities are 3 stories, 2 and 3 stories across the 26 that we manage. So we're not afraid of this.
Okay.
I can also answer that. We've talked to modular vendors who have stacked these types of modules up to 6 or 8 stories. And we are the architect for the Redwood City project for the county as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I remember a few years back, we saw a house approval in Greer Park, which is near the Baylands. And I think we required that the first floor start, I think it was 10 feet or more above ground for the floodplain. And I'm just thinking this property right on the bay, how much height do we think we need before we can start the first floor?
Karen, can you speak to that?
Sure. Hi, Councilmember Du Bois. So we are currently doing surveying work for the location, and based on the surveying work, then we'll assess what height the floor should be. With FEMA, it's 1 foot above and then another foot for freeboard. So we're anticipating it should be 2 feet above the adjacent parcel. So we'll come back to you. 11 feet sounds about right, but we're not sure what the actual height is currently at the elevation. There's been a lot of changes on that site. So surveying was out this week.
So as you're saying something that sounds a lot less, you're saying it would only have to be raised 2 feet?
Above the existing, if the elevation is the same height as existing parcels nearby, then it should be another 2 feet is what I've been hearing from our engineering team, but we'll need to be doing some more work on that.
Okay, that's quite a bit lower than I expected, actually.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can add as well, we are looking to take the access road. So the site will go up to San Antonio, and there is some elevation that will be needed just to get at grade with San Antonio. So we're taking that into account in addition to doing the survey. Just wanted to offer that.
Okay. And then is this conversation land here, is that dedicated land?
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I don't believe that it's dedicated. It's just the land use designation in the comprehensive plan is the conservation land, again, for a sliver, that kind of, I guess, most westerly, I think, part of the site.
Okay, it sounds like it'd be good to confirm that if we're not sure. And you guys make it sound like it's not very pretty. I mean, what's it look like? What's it used for today? Is it natural, or is it being used for something?
Would you like me to take that one?
Yeah, whoever knows.
Sure. So currently right now, when we went and did the site walk, it's just gravel, dirt area, that part of area C. So it's currently used for staging areas for construction projects. So it's not really conservation land at this point in time.
Okay. And then I'd really like to understand the declaration of emergency or the shelter crisis. I mean, reading the ordinance looks like maybe it has to do with indemnification, but can somebody explain like why we need to make this declaration?
I'll ask if Mr. Yang can start that, and then I can add on to his response.
Yeah, so the primary purpose, the primary reason staff's recommending this declaration right now is because it would exempt the leasing decision from CEQA. And so it would allow us to keep a quick timeline on this home key project. In general, the statute that speaks to shelter crises basically says, cities are empowered to make this declaration. And if they do, they are also able to create new separate rules for emergency shelters. And those rules that they create can be streamlined. They don't have to follow, any other regulations in the city. But it does contemplate for the streamlining to happen that there is, some other rulemaking by the city. That's not necessary for the home key project because home key projects come with their own streamlining. For the home key project, the primary benefit is that it would create an exemption for the leasing decision.
And Albert, is again, I'm not opposed to this. I just really want to understand it. I mean, are there side effects? It applies to the entire city?
Yes. So the two primary, obligations that we'd be taking on in making this declaration are reporting every year to the state on basically the status of the unhoused population in the city. But I guess we expect that that's information that we will be, collecting more anyhow as a result of having the emergency shelter.
And can we do this for a limited period of time, or does it need to be
perhaps
continuous?
one thing I would suggest, Mayor Du Bois, is to think about that similar to home key having discretionary decisions right now coming to the council. I think even with the shelter crisis, there are discretionary decisions to, let's say, fund a project to have a shelter, or as Mr. Yang said, to have the streamlined rules around sheltering. And so there would be future decisions that council would have to make for other parts of the shelter crisis to have meaning. It isn't as though, another shelter could just come and
I understand.
operating.
I just wondered if we could declare the crisis for a year or two and then ask you to, check in with council to renew it or whatever?
Yeah, that's certainly an option.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. My time is up. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So just echoing the appreciation that others have expressed for Life Moves and all that they're doing on these kinds of projects throughout the region, and specifically for coming forward with proposal and resourcefulness on how to make something like this happen, both make it happen and make it happen expeditiously. And I also really want to thank our staff for how responsive and resourceful they've been, and particularly under the leadership of Ms. Cotton Gaines, who has pulled this together and worked with Life Moves and coordinated our own staff. It's really demonstrated that we can move quickly on important issues. I did want to offer something that kind of helps frame the question of the scale of the project and what's needed. We have about 320 or so homeless in the community. Each year we have dozens, not hundreds, of additional homeless. And this project's looking at serving over 100 people per cohort. And each cohort is anticipated to reside there for 3 to 6 months. So if we round up to 6 months, then we're looking at having about 200 clients a year move through this project. And unfortunately, not all homeless residents are going to be receptive to participating in a project like this. We hope that the majority will, but certainly not everyone. And I know that's been part of the experience of Life Moves and part of what their aggressive outreach program with partners works to bring as many of our unhoused into these projects as possible. So if you do the simple arithmetic, we're going to be able to respond to the demand for clients in a relatively short period of time. And so a larger project, a 3-story specifically for transitional housing, the math just doesn't seem to add up on that. But that does go to question of, well, how do we take advantage of the capacity that we're going to be creating? And that could be that we have residents there who are able to stay longer than those 6 months. Or perhaps in the long term, we look at some portion of this could be longer term housing. And I think those are both things that are very important. We're going to have a real need in the community, aside from this site, for long-term housing for people who have been either homeless or are in jeopardy of being unhoused. And I think that's going to be our next big challenge, as well as how to fund that. There was also a question about the elevation. Good news is we're sitting on a big pile of dirt out next to the golf course on Ging Road that's left over from the redo of the golf course and the flood control project. And we've actually been wanting to get the Creek JPA to contend with that surplus dirt. And this is actually an opportunity to use a portion of the dirt. Unfortunately, this site wouldn't need all of that dirt, but it would take a good portion of it. And so that's kind of a win-win for everybody involved. And the most important thing that I think is facing us is what are going to be the obligations that we have on the operations costs. And Project Home Key, Life Moves, I should say, I may have misspoken earlier. Life Moves has done a really great job in other projects coming up with funding from a variety of donor sources. And from my understanding is that they have a strong confidence that they're going to be able to really meet that operation funding gap. But the city actually in the application will have to, with Life Moves, commit to meeting that before we have these other donors lined up. And I wanted to understand what kind of range there is in operation costs and the staffing levels and services. And because frankly, the projected costs of the annual operating costs have gone up moderately since we first got the very rough estimates for this project. I appreciate that it's been refined, in particular as we've added a higher proportion of or added family housing at a reasonable proportion, and that requires additional services, additional operations. But I am struggling with how we as a city, who have been operating the last 2 years facing very challenging deficits and cuts to our city operations, how we can contend with the need to assure that those operation costs can be met without digging deep into already depleted coffers in the city. So I don't know whether the Life Moves folks or staff can offer any thoughts on that last aspect.
I'll offer just a little, and then I will defer to Aubrey and Joe from Life Moves in terms of their actual operations. But we have had many conversations with the Life Moves team and trying to better understand these numbers and the actual operations proposed for this site, as we also noticed that the operating amount estimated was much higher than what we had previously spoke of. So we've involved the Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing team as well in helping us just to understand the model needed for this site. And we believe we'll be able to continue to refine those costs and bring them down. But in terms of your range question of the possibility of how far that could go for operations at the site, I will have to defer to Ms. Price and Mr. Merriman.
Let me start the conversation. This is Brian Greenberg. I'm over programs and services at Life Moves, and say that to keep the sites safe for the most vulnerable residents and for all the children, and to be an effective program, is a labor-intensive endeavor. So I'm not ready to speak to the details of the staffing pattern, but we certainly don't want to slim things down so much that the site is unsafe or not effective. And that doesn't mean we can't take a look at everything.
Yeah, I just want to I want to pick up on that. Sorry about that. Then I'll pass it over to my esteemed colleagues. But one of the things I want to be explicit about is that we don't anticipate that the city of Palo Alto will have to carry this whole net, right? And just want to be really clear on that and have to be left with this huge bill that the city has to figure out how to cover. And so our intent is always going to be, how can we collaboratively raise money? We feel that we have a model and we have a proof point in Mountain View that we can build a funding model around that. But it's going to be a team effort and a full contact sport. But the intention here is not to transfer any of that cost onto the city of Palo Alto. We want to work together to sort of uncover opportunities for us to develop philanthropy around the work that we've done, the way we've done it for all of our other programs, all of our other opportunities. And so we think that we're starting from a place where we have a culture of philanthropy that we can tap into. But I just want to be super explicit as I defer to others on the team to talk, ranges, that the intention here is in no means to leave the city of Palo Alto with, this was a great project. Now we're left with a 6, 7, 8 figure bill. Doesn't feel as good as it did way back when we talked about this conceptually. So that's our commitment, is ensuring that that is not something that falls on the lap of the city of Palo Alto. Now we want some commitment around how we can pursue opportunities together in partnership, and that's going to be a requirement of the application. So that's sort of the spirit around it. And I'll defer to my colleagues to see if they want to talk specific about numbers and costs, so we can fill some color into what was just said.
Thanks, Aubrey. I'm happy to provide just a little more detail that I know you don't see in your slide. Happy to follow up with anyone afterwards. But the staffing plan is driven by about 33.3 FTE. As Dr. Bryan stated, the facility staff 24/7. There's always a minimum of at least 2 shelter staff that are awake on site at all time. We have case managers that work 7 days a week and maintain a caseload at about 17 households. There's also a program director and associate program director. This site will also be staffed with a licensed vocational nurse as well. And that's what we feel we need and mirrors our other sites to what we need to get our outcomes, as well as to operate our sites in a safe manner. I think.
Thank you all.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
You can go.
I'm done. Thank you.
And I appreciate the question. It's all valid questions, right? We're trying to do something really important at a critical moment in time where the sense of urgency is so high. And we just want to make sure that we're coming into it with the right intentionality and spirit of collaboration. So if we don't talk about the money, we would be remiss in the true transparent spirit of what we're trying to build here, right? That's an economic reality. So if we don't talk economics, and obviously the devils will be in the details, and we won't get into them here right in this moment, but definitely want to come up with that pathway moving forward, so that there's a high level of assurance, and we're addressing all the sensitivities around the economics of this, so that way we can move forward in full confidence together.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to continue the conversation around the financials, because I think conceptually it sounds really great, but I think as some of my colleagues mentioned, we're going through. I think we had layoffs last year, layoffs this year, right? I mean, it's pretty rough for our city in general. Unlike our neighboring city, Mountview, where you guys are operating, they're actually doing pretty well financially. We unfortunately are not. So, just in the spirit of I still haven't quite heard what is the likely cost to the city. I mean, do we have any idea at all? Because it seems like we're being asked to approve a bunch of things tonight without actually knowing how much it's going to cost. And especially given our financial situation, it makes me kind of worried. So can someone shed some light on this?
Yes, and Paul, go ahead.
So I think as detailed in the presentation, the overall cost to operate is the 19.7 million. However, as I think we've stated, our goal is this is a partnership that we're all committed with finding out how to actually fund that. When you look at the money that's available from the state, some money that's available from the county that's still being determined, we think that there's probably a $5 or $6 million gap there in the end on that 5-year amount. But that's something that today we don't have the answer of how we cover it, but we are definitely committed to partnering with you and working with you to solve that. So as Aubrey stated, this is not something that we view as leaving the city on the hook for, but this is something that will require partnership. This is something that we have to solve together.
Because my concern is I'm just trying to think of where would that kind of money, let's say we had to come up with $5 or $6 million, where would that come from for the city? Because right now it's really, really tough for us. I can't even imagine. And I don't see Kylie on the call. Maybe Kylie is on the call. Maybe Kylie could talk a little bit about that. Like where would we come up with that kind of money like that? But because this is not a small amount of money to fund this. And so that's my major concern. And I wonder, don't we need to kind of figure that out before we move forward? Otherwise, how can this be successful? Because I do think that you guys are right that we need to make sure that this is staffed properly. The whole point of this is so that this actually helps people. But if we don't properly staff it, we cut it too close, right? It's not going to help a lot of people. So I want to kind of make sure that that's there. And I just don't quite hear the plan of how do we go from here to there with, I know if we had budget surplus of $5-6 million, okay, no big deal, but we don't, right? We're in the opposite situation right now. So I'm just trying to understand what staff's plan in this area.
So perhaps before Ms. Nozay chimes in, let me also note, Councilmember, that we do have Consuelo Hernandez from the County Office of Supportive Housing. And since that office has also been very involved in taking a look at the financials, and quite frankly, I think as we all are, taking incremental steps together, recognizing the prospective value of this partnership, but also needing to keep an eye to the bottom line. So I wonder if I might ask Ms. Hernandez to comment on how the county is engaging on this question of budgetary needs and how that factors into future decision making.
Takata. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. I apologize. I am at home and having some bandwidth issues with my internet, and I hope I don't freeze on you. I did want to share that one of the strategies that we've been working on with your staff and a few others across the county is looking at how the Home Key program advances our community plan to end homelessness. And within that plan is a strategy to double the number of shelters. Project fits right well into that strategy. And what my team is doing right now is looking at the operating budget for all of the interim housing across the county.
I don't know if you guys could hear her, but she's cutting out for me, but maybe she could talk later. But okay, let's move on. I think Councilmember Koo had a really good point, which is I think we need to, I look at our neighboring city, Mountview, and one big chunk of revenue for them is leasing their land out in the Baylands to help fund city revenue. And actually, I think that's something that we should also consider. It provided a lot of revenue stability for them during this pandemic. And so if we do have this land go towards this program, I think we really need to know the cost of it, right? So a few questions for staff is the 115K that was on slide 17, is that market rent? Could we get more? What's on there right now? I mean, I'd be really interested in knowing what is the market potential of that. And then what would and it sounds like this is a bit of an indefinite program. So, what would the town value of money be, right? By foregoing all of that rent. So how much is it really going to cost the city? So I think the comment that Councilman Koo is also the question and concern I have as well, which is I really want to know what's going into it. So perhaps, I don't know, Kylie, can you respond to both of my questions?
I can try. Although I think my bandwidth is not great right now either, as folks are freezing a little bit. So as outlined in the staff report, Councilmember Tanaka, staff have identified both what the loss in revenue is, but also what the market value of that plot of land would be. So right now that sliver, as Carn North identified, has been used for a lot of construction staging. So it's both used for private construction staging as well as city project construction staging, which means it keeps our capital projects at a lower cost because we aren't paying for the staging areas. If we were to take what the current lease is there per square foot, we could, on an annualized basis, that site could generate maybe up to $500,000, $500,000 a year. But as the staff report also states, historically, right now, we currently are getting about the 115,000. Some years we've even been lower than that, depending on if city projects have been using that for staging. And some years we've been a little bit higher than that if the city doesn't have projects and it's used for private staging.
So is $500,000 a year, like if we had, if we let, let's say, some private entity fully develop it into some sort of more meaningful use instead of just storage?
No, that would just be the value of it at the current use, which is that gravel area with and used for construction staging. Staging. Sorry.
So what if it was fully developed, like what they do in Mountview with their land in the Baylands? Like, they rent it out to Google and LinkedIn and stuff like that. What would the value of that? What would the yearly rental rate be for that then?
Staff doesn't have that analysis at this time.
Okay, well, I think at some point before we make a final decision, I think we need to know that because we need to know what revenue potential are we giving up by doing this, and then what is the net present income resultant by giving that up. So we know kind of like what does this mean for the city to forego this land for other productive uses. So anyways, I have other questions. I know my time's up, so I'll go on to the next round. Thank you.
Council members, as we try to get to some motions, I think we're still finishing the first round though here with Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, a little briefer, I think. Looked to me like
the potential that the city would be committed to would be after the first 4 years or so, would be anywhere from 0 to 4.2 million a year. I think, did I read that right? Sort of depending on how much the partnership can raise.
If that's accurate.
I think, let me ask a question of staff. Can we use our affordable housing fund for operating costs for something like this?
I do not believe so, but would let staff better inform the council if I'm incorrect.
Ooh, John's on.
Right. Yep, sorry, just trying to find the various buttons. No, I don't believe I think you were asking for operating costs.
Yeah.
I don't believe that it would work for operating costs.
Okay.
But we can, we'll check that.
I think what Councilmember Tanaka was suggesting was that something we've never really considered letting a tech company build a campus out there because it's the Baylands. Although I think Councilmember Tanaka's kind of got an interesting point. If we're considering it for this, then why wouldn't we consider it for that? Right? Actually, I wanted to ask one more question of the Life Moves folks. In terms of 2 stories versus 3 stories and number of beds and so forth, in your experiences, I mean, are there any scalability limits? Do you reach a point where you say, no, after this size, it just gets unwieldy or something like that? Or could it be 4 stories, right?
I think I would ask Chuck, and not from a program standpoint, but just from a structural standpoint. Chuck, what have you seen, and are there thresholds for the structural part of this? 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories?
The building code would start to change the requirements of anything over 3 stories. So 3 stories is sort of the practical limit for this kind of construction. Also,
Okay.
We've done a number of these in San Francisco too, and 200 beds seems to be the threshold that we've seen most. Is beyond that is a little hard to manage. Although the Redwood City project is 240 doors.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thanks very much.
Okay, so council members, it's getting late going into the second round. Covered a good range of topics there, but let's go ahead and start. And if you have more questions or you want to get a motion out. Councilmember Cormack.
Okay, I'm trying to tie all these numbers together, and let's just work with the 2 stories for now, because that's what we have the most numbers on. It's 17.6 in capital costs. I'm looking for a nod somewhere from someone. And it's 19 for 5 years, it's 19.7 million in operations costs. Yeah, okay, that's 37.3. We're gonna get 14.4 from the state. A very generous private donor has already signed up for $5 million. Let's just take a moment to be grateful for that. Thank you, whoever you are. And then did I see that the county recently, Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Lee announced that they were going to do a $25 million challenge grant. They're going to be 10, everybody gets 2.5 million. Can I assume that we're going to get 2.5 million from the county for that?
We'll have more information tomorrow when the referral will be discussed by the Board of Supervisors. So right now, unless Consuelo can speak to this, we are not sure if that's an additional 2.5 million. And
Okay.
just conservatively, we do not feel confident saying it is for sure an additional, but Consuelo, do you have any other details on that referral?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so then I'll take that out. So then we have 17.9, which is the gap. And now I get confused about the 2 different reports and what I've heard tonight on the operating costs. So I'm trying to figure out of that 17.9, how much, as Councilmember Tanaka said, we might be on the hook for, and reconcile that with Mr. Merriman's very gracious comments.
So I think the staff have the exact numbers in front of them and I can try and pull them up, but the other two components I think you're looking for, Councilmember Cormack, are the home key funds that would be available for operating costs.
And is that separate from the 14.4?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and
just
how
to
much
give
is that?
Give me a second.
1.17 times 2.
Yes.
Okay, so 3.4. Okay, and then the county is also signing up for 2 years of operations?
Correct, but the number.
Do we get
in
to pick the
terms
most
of-
expensive years?
I was gonna say,
I'm looking at the out years
I will
personally.
say, Councilmember Cormack, I will say that the number was originally based on the original proposal, but we're still working through the changes and committed to analyzing the numbers to make sure that we're being a good partner in this case.
Okay, that sounds hopeful. So I guess if I add 3.7 and 3.7, that sounds like 7.4. Yeah. Sorry, is there, I mean, are other people doing this? So I've got 7.1 million left. Okay. All right, that's really helpful. Let me see what my other questions were
Can I
around.
just ask Councilmember Cormack, so then
Yeah.
would there be CDBG funds that we could put in there as well?
Well, good question. Let's get the answer.
So CDBG funds are eligible to my knowledge. I will say our CDBG allocation typically when we're not receiving the COVID funds is less than $1 million annually. So just in orders of magnitude for the council's awareness.
And there's also, this isn't a larger pot, but there is a permanent local housing allocation grant that our planning staff has identified that could be $230,000 a year to help with operations. If Mr. Late had any other details he wanted to offer.
Well, 230 times 5 gets close to $1 million, so that looks good. And also that's, you know, we haven't taken into consideration the delta 115K from the lease. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks for everyone's patience walking through this. I just think whenever this comes back, I know we'll have more information. And so one of those wonderful tables you all put together that's like capital operating from here, whatever, will be helpful. So we don't have to take everyone's time to get there. $7 million over the course of 5 years in a partnership with Life Moves, who does have not only a tradition, but obviously success with philanthropy, is certainly in a range where I feel comfortable making, you know, commitments on behalf of the city as we think about, you know, the range of things we have available each year, whether it's the BSR or even like, you know, the council set aside. So I see my time is up. And I appreciate the time going through all the numbers.
Thank you for that. If you don't mind me adding real quickly, one of the things that I want to introduce is the notion that this doesn't have to, if we're creative about how we raise funds, the way Life Moves has a track record of doing, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to come off a particular balance sheet. It could mean how we strategize our approach public facing and a combination of additional public funds and private funds as well too. So I think over the course of that time, we have some optionality. We may not have the visibility to that this minute today, but given how we've been able to raise money and how we've partnered with other public and private entities to do that, that there's airspace here that we have the ability to fly around in to make this less of a question mark.
Well, let's not get the airport involved, but thank you.
Oh,
for
yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and jump in just to get things moving. I'll go ahead and make the staff motion with a couple of tweaks if somebody could second.
Second.
Do you mean what's in the PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. So again, I think thanks to Councilmember Cormack for stepping through that. I mean, I too feel comfortable that we're down in a range that, you know, working with Life Moves, hopefully we can get some corporate donations, whittle that number down. But it feels manageable over 5 years. I would like to suggest a couple of modifications to the motion. And the first one is what I asked in my first round, that we would adopt the resolution declaring an emergency shelter crisis and for 1 year, and just have this come back to council for renewal or an update. And then, just to speak to this, again, I really think time's of the essence. I do think we want to get our application in quickly. Personally, I think we should stay at the 2 stories, both financially and kind of the demand model that Vice Mayor Burt kind of walked us through. And, again, it's been an interesting night. 2 good projects have come to us. The last one, I think along with E, is just a concern that we keep green waste kind of moving in parallel. And I'm a little bit concerned about the timeline for CEQA there. So I don't know if I need to change the motion, but I would urge staff to get moving on the green waste issues. I don't want to risk our waste disposal for the city if we get into some situation where, that becomes difficult. I think that's it for now. Councilmember Coop.
That's acceptable. And I wanted to say on item B, where it says 88 to 132 unit, did you intend to keep it out that way?
I mean, I would keep it. That's okay. As long, again, I would stick with the 2 stories, given the floodplain, given this in the Baylands, and given that the expenses go up. So whatever number of units that works out to.
That would be the 88 units.
Mm-hmm. So perhaps say 88 units 2-story. Is that necessary?
I think staff understands.
Okay.
For us, it doesn't. We don't need that level of specificity unless it's desired by the council.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can remove the 132, but we don't need to say 2-story.
Okay, that's fine.
Anything else?
Nope.
Any comments before we go to a vote? All right, no, Councilmember Tanaka.
So I had a few other questions, and maybe these are things that maybe staff is not going to answer now, and so perhaps when this comes back to us, we can know more. But if there is money, if let's say, even though if it's $7 million a year, or 7 million over 5 years, we have to come up with a couple $1 million a year for this. I would very much like to know, where is that money going to come from, right? Given where we are in our budget. So I think that's something that would be good for staff to say, well, look, we would cut back in this other area or something like that, so that we know, we can understand what's happening here. And then I think the second thing is, I just want to ask Life Moves this question, which is, so in areas where you have actually implemented this program, what has it done in terms of decreasing the number of homelessness on the streets, like in that city that you've implemented the programs? What kind of impact has it had? I don't know if anyone from the team here can talk about that.
I'm happy to take that question because I micromanage the numbers that are reported monthly to the city and to the county. And I can say as of August last month, we moved 60% of the people who was living in Mountain View came out of vehicles, living on the streets.
No,
And
I guess
that's a
my
big
question,
impact.
sorry, Joe, my question was actually more, so we have these shelters, right? People move in, they move off of the streets into the shelters, which is a good thing. Does that actually take people off the streets, or do new people move in? What happens? What's the effect?
You're taking people off the streets first and foremost. So remember, we've only just in the past couple of months got to 100% occupancy. People typically stay with us for 90 to 120 days. We have seen our first exits, and we've seen this 28% success rate to permanent housing in the exits that we've seen.
Okay.
So
Well,
I think
guess, sorry, I
it's
guess
working.
I was trying to be, and sorry to cut you off here a little bit. I'm looking at the shot clock here, so I'm trying to get this done quickly. So like for instance, on packet page 277, it talks about how Palo Alto population went from 276 to 313, right? So in terms of people who are homeless on our streets right now. So where would that number, that 313 go? So let's say we do this, right? We have 88 units. What would you expect that number to be? Would that number be 313 still? Would it be 200? Would it be, what would your expectation be if we made this investment?
So we don't know what will happen when the eviction moratoriums will end, but we would expect that number to be dramatically reduced by the end of 18 months, as well as University Avenue, the Caltrain corridor, San Francisco Creek will look differently. So we'd expect less RVs on the street and less visible homeless, and that number to go down. And that's with the caveat that we really don't know what will happen throughout the peninsula and Silicon Valley with when the eviction moratoriums end.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to separate all the other confounding factors. So let's say everything else is equal, right? If everything else is equal, and all we did was have 88 more units for are unhoused, right? What does that tip? What would you expect it to do on our population on the streets right now? And maybe you can't talk about Palo Alto, but maybe you could talk about Mountain View. So like when you guys did this, everything else equal, how did it reduce the homeless population on the street?
Well, most of the people in the older occupants in Mountain View have come from the streets or out of vehicles. They're all homeless. And we are fully, aren't we, Brian? We're fully occupied or 96% occupied.
I guess I'm
Councilman Tanaka's question. We just filled the facility up. So, do we expect to get, well over 100 people housed every year? Absolutely. But the facility was just filled occupancy.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to.
On civil rights, Tanaka, the other thing, sorry to interrupt you, is if we looked at all things being equal, right, and the homeless population in Mountain View, depending on a point in time count and however flawed it is, if that remained constant, and in a world where we had no more people entering to homelessness, and we had 603 or 4 people in Mountain View, we are, in the course of the year, we will impact that population by 50%.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, I'm running out of time here, so I'm not being clear. So basically, what I'm trying to get at is there's always people coming into the city, right? And in terms of homeless, because and maybe that's capped by how much street parking there is, right? And so my question is more like, if a program like this happens, what can the residents of a city like Mountain View or Palo Alto expect in terms of the homeless population on the streets being reduced by this program, right? So I understand that you guys can help hundreds of people here. That's great, right? But my question though is kind of like the visible impact that the community will see through this program. That's what I'm trying to get at. So because there's also new people coming in, right? And you guys are also helping. But the question is it pretty much the same once you have this, or is it drastically reduced? You see, like the homeless population is just plummeted and it's all gone. Like what is the visible impact of this program on a city by doing this, by making this kind of investment?
Because we work so closely with law enforcement, with the sheriff in Half Moon Bay, with the police in Mountain View, and hopefully with the law enforcement in Palo Alto, we hope to get the most challenging people off the street that are referred by law enforcement, so that even a small amount of people to start can have a dramatic visible impact on the street, because we work so closely with law enforcement. But in terms of specific numbers, it's impossible to know. When we get 100 people off the street, there's been a growth in homelessness almost every year in the Bay Area, in Silicon Valley and the peninsula.
Yeah.
So it's hard for us to know.
Yeah.
Ms. Hernandez with the Office of Supportive Housing, information they've shared with us, even related to the county's plan to end homelessness. So if she wanted to add anything, I think that's really the expertise of the work that they do.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. If I can, council member, in Palo Alto, we're seeing an inflow of people that are becoming homeless at 249 every year. And of those 249 estimate, over 72% of them benefit from a quick resolution, like staying in a shelter, rapidly moving into new housing, or minimal intervention, which means they just need a little support to move on. So in this case, by creating these shelter units in Palo Alto, you would be allowing that population access to temporary shelter needed so that they can transition out into permanent housing. So that would reduce your inflow of people becoming homeless and not having an option. Otherwise, they'd be staying in the street.
Okay, I kind of understand that at a high level, but I guess what I'm trying to do is this, right? And it sounds like this is not something that you guys can do at this point in time, but is we're going to be making investment in this, right? Either through operating costs, through the donation of land, right, which could be a sizable investment that the city will be making. But there's basically going to be a bunch of capital we put into this project, and so what I'm trying to understand is that kind of like the tangible, from the perspective of the people that live here. They go, okay, wow, okay, this is worth investment because before we had 313 people on the streets, and now we have 200 or whatever it happens to be, and that's what I'm trying to get at. But I realize maybe this is a hard thing to calculate or figure out. But I think that would be it makes it very easy to make that kind of investment when you can have that kind of return on investment, right? But if it's like you make this big investment and it's still 300, right, or it's exactly where it was before, then it's like, well, okay, what are we doing here, right? So, anyways, that's what I'm trying to get at, and maybe you guys can't answer that question at this point in time, but maybe as we get close to approval of something like this is something I would be very interested in understanding, just so that we can make sure that we are investing in things that actually help reduce homelessness in our city. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of want to respond to that last conversation because, yeah, I mean, I think there's this conversation about what's the visible impact in the streets of Palo Alto, and then the conversation about how residents are going to be impacted by this. I mean, let's not forget these people are residents of Palo Alto. I mean, just because they don't have a home here, don't have shelter here, doesn't mean they don't have a home here in Palo Alto. And so we really need to keep that in mind. These are Palo Altans, regardless of whether they have an address or not. And that was frustrating for me to listen to that. And so often unhoused people are an invisible part of our community, and we don't seem to embrace them as equal as the person living right next door to me. And we really need to change that. And I really hope through this project we can also do more to be able to bring the community out and show people who might be unhoused that they are just as worthy as anyone else in this community. And I really hope that we can all kind of keep that in mind. And so it's just I just wanted to respond to that, and then finally, just really quickly to follow up on my question to Ms. Tanner earlier, if she was able to figure out, as far as the 2 stories, 3 stories, what it compares to surrounding buildings in that area.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Stone. Just a couple points. Hopefully they're helpful to you in your inquiry. So just in terms of what's allowed, the Baylands guidelines, as we said, doesn't set a specific height, but the PF zone, the height limit is 50 feet. Generally speaking, in the Baylands area, though, when we look at what's actually built and what exists in the area, we're looking at buildings that are about 1 to 2 stories in height. Some of them are a little bit more than like a typical 1 or 2 stories. So it's about 20 to 25 feet, probably in height in the area.
Okay, I appreciate that. I anticipate this to, I mean, well, first, before I get there, I mean, I think Life Moves has clearly shown a great track record. I think their projects are great. They do so much good to help. That the number Ms. Consuelo shared as far as the increasing rate of unhoused within the community each year was very alarming, and what this project can be able to do to be able to provide that temporary shelter is so critical. I share many concerns of my colleagues as far as the kind of unknown costs, but I think this project is so critical. It's worth seeing if we can move this at the margins. And so I'll offer a friendly amendment. I don't envision it to pass, but I'll offer a friendly amendment to see if we can increase this to 3 stories instead of the 2.
Yeah, again, I kind of came down on 2 for multiple reasons. You know, it's in the Baylands. Again, I think we should give it a shot, get this one in, and then potentially we could do another one in the next round. But I think you should make it an unfriendly amendment.
Okay, I'll make it. Yeah, I'll make an unfriendly amendment to modify B to 2 stories. I mean, sorry, to 3 stories. And sorry, I don't know the number of units off the top of my head. So if staff would rather just put in the number of units instead of stories, that would be fine as well.
132 units.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, you want to speak to your motion?
I think I already did. I think this is a really critical project. We're really helping people out. We have limited space within the city. We have an opportunity here to really make a difference in people's lives, and I think we should take every advantage of that. So I think 3 stories makes sense to me right now.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. In terms of people, I'll start with that. And while I appreciate the Vice Mayor's analysis, that's not what Mountain View is doing. Mountain View is structured there so that they can get the entire population through in the course of 1 year. So I think we have the opportunity to do more here. And in response to the mayor's suggestion that we could do another one somewhere else, I'm perplexed about where that might be. The comprehensive plan, specifies that homeless shelters be east of 101. We've spent a lot of time going through, Gang Road and all of these various parts of the Los Altos treatment plant. And I don't see another location we're going to be able to do this anytime soon. And, frankly, we're doing it because the state's willing to write such an enormous check based on the incredible need and the unbelievable windfall in terms of personal income taxes this year. So I think this is a point in time. I'd like us to be able to get everyone in the city through in 1 year if they'd like that opportunity. And I don't think we're going to get another shot anytime soon.
Councilmember Tanaka to the amendment.
Yeah, I actually think Councilmember Cormack has a pretty compelling argument in regards to why it should be bigger. So generally, I'm supportive of it. My major concern about this whole thing, and it's something that I've been talking about all night, is kind of like the return on investment. And I know that it sounds like this is what people were talking about. So why do we need to think about it? But I think it's because it will take away from other things, and so we have to be conscious of that. So I guess for me, I'd be willing to support this, but and maybe this is already in the motion, but the part that I really want to understand is, okay, by doing this, how much are we going to lose by, let's say, if we fully develop the land, or let someone else fully develop it? How much would we lose, right, for the productive rent on that land? So I don't know if that's already covered by D, but if it is, that's great. If it's not, then I'd want that done. I don't know if staff is planning to do that or not. Can staff respond?
Yeah, I will perhaps venture a conclusion that the answer is no, that is not included.
Okay, so I'll maybe just ask the maker and seconder of the.
Well, we have an amendment on the floor. Are you going to add it to the amendment?
Is it possible, or we have to make a separate amendment? Because I'll be willing to support this, and I think, in general, I've seen the Life Moves program. In general, it seemed like a good idea. I just want to make sure it actually works, and that we could actually afford it, right? That's kind of like my major, and also, we understand the true investment of what we're making. And if we could really get clarity in all this, and everything works out, I'm going to be a real big supporter of this. But if it doesn't work out, right, then I want to know that, right? So we can make the right decisions for people.
I don't think we amended an amendment, but can the city clerk remind me?
Is that a city attorney question?
I'm sorry. You can
City
amend an
attorney,
amendment
sorry.
one time. Yes, you can amend an amendment one time. So you can go one more than an amendment.
Right. So are you making a friendly?
No, I'm asking. The maker and the seconder may not want this, but this is what I'm looking for. And I'm actually thinking maybe a good idea, because I do agree that I'm not sure there's another site in our city that could actually handle this. But I think we have to understand what the true cost is to the city when we do this.
Councilmember Stone, do you accept the amendment?
I'm trying to kind of grasp. I mean, can city staff weigh in? I mean, does this slow? I mean, because time is of the essence here. Will this delay the application in their mind? I mean, I'd just like to hear staff's thoughts.
I think it's, I'm sorry, Ms. Nose, go ahead.
Ed, do you want to go or should I take it?
Sure. I think what Councilmember Tanaka is asking for is a highest and best use analysis for the property. And we are really not in a position to do that because the likelihood of our actually being able to realize that highest and best from an economic perspective is so speculative, quite frankly, to be somewhat irrelevant to this decision.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Shikata. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just don't. I'm trying to really kind of grasp at what. It's not like we're going to turn around regarding what the answer here is and say, okay, we're going to develop the spot for office or some higher return. I mean, that's not the purpose of this. So I will not accept the amendment.
Nor will I.
Okay.
I hope to still have your support, Councilmember Tanaka.
All right, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so if we had a demonstrated need for this 3-story larger scale project, I'd be open to that, but I just don't get how the math adds up. Councilmember Cormack said that Mountain View is looking to absorb all of their candidates in 1 year. Then what becomes of that property? And besides that, Mountain View has, I think they start with about 600 homeless and they have a smaller project than us. So I just don't get how that arithmetic adds up. I think that this project as designed is soon going to have greater capacity than we have a local need to absorb. And what we're going to need to look at is how to utilize it in a way that it extends the residency in some way, either for temporary or longer term, but for purely the transitional housing, I've looked at the numbers and I can't figure out how folks are thinking that it needs a higher project or a larger project for the transitional housing purpose.
Councilmember Ku.
I just want to remind, again, as the mayor said, this is right next to the Baylands, and we just want to make sure that we are balancing the biodiversity and the ecosystem out there and the project. So I can't support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. We're starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
No.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'm voting no. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember Ku.
No.
Okay, so the amendment fails. We're back to the original motion. Can we vote on the original motion or are there additional comments? Councilmember Cormack.
The only thing missing in the motion, again, is the point I started with about Valley Water. And while I certainly heard staff say that they're going to continue to work on that, I just wanted to check and see if it would be helpful either to staff or to Valley Water if we incorporated that into the motion.
Are you asking staff?
I'm asking staff if it would benefit, since we've got an awful lot of detail in there, just making sure that our partner Valley Water knows that we want to continue to work with them. I usually don't make an effort to include that, but it's a massive project potentially for our region during a drought, and I just want to be sure that we capture it and that the community knows that it's an important component of this decision.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to an amendment.
Okay, great. So I think it'd be an F, I guess. So direct staff to continue to partner with Valley Water to identify a staging area in preparation for a potential recycled water treatment plant. And if Ms. North has a suggestion on modifying that, I'd be happy to accept it.
I would suggest, instead of a potential recycled water treatment plant, a purified water plant.
Thank you. Purified water plant.
Yeah, so that's acceptable to me, Lydia.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. We're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. Starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thanks everybody that was on this call. Took us a while to get there, but hopefully we can get moving with this submission. So thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate their support and look forward to partnering with the City of Palo Alto. Thank you so much.
Appreciate everybody's thought and care.
All right. So I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back for item number 11. And then we city manager, I guess before we go on break, already looking quite late. I'm just wondering about item 10.
Yes, it does seem unlikely that well, let's see, that would be item 9. If my numbers are correct.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe we should get through item 11, then decide if we're going to take public comment at least.
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we can take a 10-minute break, come back at 10:10. Thanks. And Greg, are you there? So just a couple of quick items. So I forgot to mention the last item. If any council members can speak at the county supervisor meeting tomorrow, that would be great. My schedule won't allow it. I did send in a letter, but again, they're going to be discussing housing for transition housing. So if any of you can do it, that would be excellent.
I believe we heard, Mayor and council members, that it's expected to be heard after lunch. And so we can confirm, but if anyone's schedule might enable that, we'll be happy to coordinate with you.
Second one is just looking at the time. I don't think we're going to get to item 9 tonight. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue that item to a date uncertain, I guess, at this point.
It is possible, Mayor, that we could look at our calendar next week. And I think we were anticipating a relatively shorter agenda. Not sure if that's something you'd want to consider. So perhaps I just suggest we take a closer look at it in the morning.
I mean, it's really up to you if we can get to it. We don't want to continue to next week and not get to it, right?
This is true.
Okay, well, if you're comfortable, then I would make the motion to continue it to the next meeting. Is there a?
I suggest yes, we do that.
Okay. Second. Okay. You just vote quickly. I think we're starting with Councilmember Cormack.
Tempted to vote yes, but can I pass for a moment while I look at next week's agenda? You just changed it from date uncertain to.
We'll give you a second.
Thank you.
I agree. It's pretty light, actually.
Perhaps for everyone's awareness, we have no closed session, no study sessions, and the action items are report from the Palo Alto Advisory Committee on Early Care and Education, public hearing on the 2 substandard parcels at 922 College Avenue, and
parking.
Ordinance amendments to do virtual parking.
All right, I vote yes.
Thank you. I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burke.
Yes.
Yes, and actually you should have voted first, but that's all right. We'll get you next time. Okay, so we're on to item 11.
Okay, and perhaps I'll just do a very brief verbal introduction on this item. This is a discussion of virtual, in-person, or hybrid council meetings, and by inference, then related to boards and commission meetings. This was really something we put on your calendar quickly in light of a change in state law that occurred just over a week ago. It is an urgency legislation that becomes effective on October 1st. So having the council's discussion this evening is very timely for, in particular, the discussion of the immediacy or the potential to start in-person meetings. Would note that the council can continue the current remote meetings, basically the format we have right now, on a month-by-month basis. And if the council does want to consider returning to in-person meetings immediately, that currently we do have health orders related to masking and social distancing requirements, as well as a number of other specified requirements that would apply. And if the council is interested in pursuing again, going to in-person meetings, there may be some follow-up questions that you may want to consider with respect to other rules that would apply at that point.
Okay, so let's go to the public and then we'll just come back for a council discussion. And again, apologies to any members of the public that were waiting around for the next item. But I think we did get some good things accomplished tonight, but we just ran out of time. So if you'd like to speak to this item about the council meeting with hybrid meetings and/or boards and commissions, please raise your hand. All right, so we have 2 hands, so we'll go 3 minutes to speaker. And Patty Regier, I think I got it right this time. Go ahead.
I'm Patty Regier, and again, I'm speaking on my own, but I am speaking as a commissioner. I urge the city council to think about the commissions and how we still have the Delta and other variants, and many of us aren't. I mean, I am concerned about if I can't meet in person about the Brown Act and having to disclose my location, if it is a hybrid council and board commission. And so I urge that we keep it as we're doing now, or try to figure out a way that we wouldn't have to give our address if it's our home. And I have, and that's what concerns me, is having to disclose my location of my house, where I'm going, if I had to, because of the Brown Act. So that's my main concern. Is I hope we keep it going on a month-to-month basis until we have a handle more on the COVID experience. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Aaron James.
Yeah, I would agree with Ms. Regier from the HRC, although I know she's speaking on her own behalf. I would really appreciate, it would cause some difficulty for me individually, and I'm sure other folks, if we had to all of a sudden go to in-person meetings. And so I hope we do it on a month-to-month basis, and eventually make certain that we have a hybrid method so that people can appear both remotely and in person, depending on their circumstances, and consistent with the comments about Ms. Regier, that people don't have to disclose locations unless they're comfortable with doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, before we start, I'm going to suggest that maybe we put like an hour limit on this discussion. We could do some straw polling if people feel like that will help. I would appreciate if people could speak about how to think about this issue, kind of personal convenience versus doing the public's business. We could also touch on whether we want to require vaccines for council members or for people coming in person. And then before we start, could the city attorney or manager clarify again under the state law? I think the disclosing your address piece, is that suspended?
That's correct. As long as there is a declared state of emergency, which there still is under the state law, and as long as council is able to make findings every 30 days that we're in a situation where state or local officials are encouraging social distancing, which is the case now, you are able to continue to use those Brown Act exceptions. So you could allow members, your members of the council and or members of boards and commissions to go ahead and participate remotely without listing their address or opening their homes to public commenters.
Great. Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Councilmember Koo, I saw your hand up. Did you change your mind?
You kind of asked the question that I was going to ask, so thank you.
I mean, again, just to keep it casual, I mean, my personal thoughts are, and I actually went into council chambers today to kind of test out the hybrid setup. I forgot what it was like to be in chambers, and it's kind of nice. I actually think it might set a good example for us to consider going back. You know, whether we want members of the public to be there or not is maybe a separate discussion. And again, what are the conditions maybe for coming into the building? But the setup would be, you know, with Zoom, we would each have our own tablet where we could look at Zoom, but we would also use the cameras in chamber and the microphones. We could potentially go back to voting on the board as well. So I tend to lean towards wanting to get back, but I'm curious where everybody else is. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Yeah, this is a timely discussion. If we go back in person, the council, are we in the exact same chairs we were before, or are we able to have slightly more distance What is the setup?
I mean, there's 7, and it depends how many people come in, but they're spread out. Probably about 5 feet, 5 to 6 feet between chairs.
Okay, it felt closer.
It
just been a-
previously was. We,
Oh, you've spread it out.
as far as.
Okay, okay,
the
okay, fantastic. That's super helpful. So, you know, like many things with COVID, you know, my position on this has evolved here, there, and everywhere. I was a little nervous about going back in person when the mayor was hoping we would do that as soon as possible. And then once we had the Delta variant, it made sense to pause. But the more I look at the data and the more environments that, you know, I'm aware of where people have been operating, you know, for months now without infections and successfully doing their business. And it doesn't matter whether it's schools or courts or, you know, grocery stores or any of the other places that we've been, the more convinced I am that I think the time is right. I do think it makes sense. Palo Alto's long had a tradition of innovation. Staff looks like they're prepared to help us manage this hybrid environment. I fully expect there will be some challenges and we'll learn some things. But at some point we will need to resume meeting in person. And I'll just say, we have lost so much by not being able to meet in person, you know, looking straight on at each other. It's a more aggressive setup than it is when we're sitting in a half circle and we can sort of look, you know, each side to each other. And we never have the opportunity to before or afterwards to say, how was your weekend? And thank you. Or gosh, you said something that, you know, you might, you know, that might have been a problem. We've lost all of that. And I think we've done a pretty good job considering, but I'm ready to go back in hybrid. I know there are people who are scared. I've heard from them today. And I'm sure some of you as well. And, you know, some of us may be scared and I understand that, but you know, people are doing their work with masks at distance for a full day. And I think the time has come for us to do the same. I don't consider it, you know, an imminent risk to health and safety for us to do our work together in person.
Okay. Yeah, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, as I've, you know, been tracking both the science and the trends. We're right now on a welcome downward trend from the peak of Delta. It looks like as we, over the next month, are going to have a massive booster adoption for a high percentage of the population. And I expect that the FDA and CDC will even expand the eligible people, and that we're going to have in all likelihood, vaccinations for younger kids. I think that drop is going to really accelerate rapidly, and the projections that epidemiologists are now making are that barring a new highly virulent variant, we're going to see a steep decline. And I think that where we're going to be a month from now is comparable to where we were back in May and June. And I'd expect that that's the right time frame in which we can go into the hybrid model. And so I'd recommend that we plan for prepping that for the 1st of November and anticipate that date as opposed to do it immediately. We're still at a pretty high caseload, as we all know that vaccinated folks don't have the hospitalization rates of unvaccinated. What we don't know is what are the long haul implications of infection, and there are indications that it's still pretty risky on long-term impacts for people who were vaccinated and did not suffer a severe illness as a result. So I think allowing the boosters to take hold in just the next few weeks is the right step change that we'll experience. And so that's what I'm going to recommend.
Member Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think I'm comfortable going back in. I think Councilmember Cormack made good points about how well it's working in other environments. I've been working in a school setting with over 160 students a day in my classroom, and the school has managed very well to be able to work in a relatively normal environment. My only concerns is that we'll be wearing masks, and that does kind of disconnect us a bit from the public when we're speaking, not being only able to see our eyes. Also, just uncomfortable in that environment, speaking for such a long time with masks on. I'm very used to it by now, but I don't know about the rest of my colleagues how used to that they are. So that is something that does take a little while getting used to being in a mask for that long of time, but it's definitely doable, and it's not as bad as it seems. I'm also just personally excited to not be sitting on this broken chair anymore, and those council seats look very comfortable. So that also sounds good to me. One thing I do think that I think that we should show our leadership to the community. And I think we should go back before we're asking board and commissions to go back. I think that would allow the boards and commissions to maybe feel a little more comfortable seeing us really being leaders, taking the first step. And we'll also allow maybe staff to kind of figure out what works, what doesn't, and then be able to apply that to boards and commissions. So I do think if we're going back anytime soon, let's at least give it a month or so before we're asking boards and commissions to go back. And one question I wanted to ask Molly, sorry, Ms. Stump, for just a clarification. So if we choose to go back, does that change anything, or can we continue to allow boards and commissions to be remote without having to post their address?
So great question. You have discretion to decide in all of these areas. So you could decide for yourselves as council members that you wish to come back and have your meetings in person, but you could allow a hybrid method for the public to participate. In other words, you could allow public to come physically to the building or to participate by phone. Or you could say you're not going to do that, and you're just going to go back to regular, fully in-person meetings where the public has to come down to City Hall to participate. And in terms of boards and commissions, you have discretion to decide whether they need to come back also, or they can continue to use the remote method as long as they make that 30-day finding every 30.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So yeah, I think where I'm at, ready to go back. I'm fine if we go back soon or wait a little, as the vice mayor suggested. I'm open to either one. I think we should go back before boards and commissions at least a month and kind of see and revisit it and see how it's working. I also think we should do the hybrid decision, allow the public to come to City Hall if they choose. But I do think we should be requiring proof of vaccination or proof of a negative COVID test for council members, staff, and the public to be to enter the chamber. I think we're seeing other communities do that, and that just seems to be the safest approach for everybody, the public, us, and staff. So those are my thoughts.
Just some bad news. I did look at your chair in chambers and it's broken, but other than that, thanks for the comment.
Maybe I'll bring this broken chair down then.
We'll get to find out where we're sitting this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Full disclosure, I swapped careers for mine.
Yeah, for 2 or 3 meetings, it sounds like. Councilmember Tanaka, did you have your hand up?
I did, thank you. So I'm with the vice mayor on this. I think we should wait till November. I think it'd be great. I've been inquiring when can I get the booster, and so it'd be really good to be able to do that first. That way we're more safe. I know people who've actually been vaccinated and they got COVID. So I think it's still very virulent out there. So I think we want to be careful, and we want to set a good example in terms of being responsible. So and then one thing that I've talked to other some of us went to the League of Cities last week, and so I've been talking to a lot of other council members what they've been doing. what a lot of people have been doing, I think it's quite interesting, is they basically have been making it optional. So I don't know if you guys have also, when you guys were up there, if you guys also queried other council members, but a surprising number of people are kind of like, you could be either in person or remote. And so I think that's something that I would like to push for as well, is something like that. I think the advantages is that, well, I think one thing is, I have to agree with Councilmember Stone in terms of wearing a mask. Right now, at least I can see you guys' expression, but if we're all masked, it's kind of hard to know what people are thinking, right? So I would like to be able to go back, but not have to wear a mask, so we could all kind of see each other. If we're all masked, it's kind of like, I don't think it's as optimal as this. I think Zoom is actually more optimal. But if we can get to a point where we're all wearing boosters, and maybe if we all have boosters, we don't have to wear a mask, I think that's actually maybe pretty good. Because I do agree with Councilman Cormack in terms of, you get a lot with in-person type stuff, but not if we have to all wear masks, right? I think we lose a lot of it then. And I think the public loses a lot of it as well, because they can't see our expression. So I think in terms of transparency, I think if we're all wearing masks, I think that the public gets less transparency than they do right now over Zoom. So for me, I would say, I don't know if anyone here knows, but if after boosters we don't have to wear masks, that's great. Okay, no problem. But if we all have to wear masks still, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like it's that productive to, especially though sometimes our meetings are like 8 hours long, right? I mean, it gets to be a little bit uncomfortable, but not just uncomfortable, but I think it's also kind of less transparent to the public, right? It's harder for them to read us and see what we think. So I think Councilmember Stone had a good point there. And if we do make it go back, do have people go back, I think we should make it optional, right? So and that's something which, Palo Alto has had a track record of being a very technology forward city, and I personally believe that that these kind of meetings are becoming much more prevalent, right? I think, in the business world, there's a lot less airplane travel because you can do Zoom. And, one day we're going to get virtual reality, hopefully, and, it would be even more so. So, and then I think the other aspect we should think about is, we pride ourselves as being a very green city, but we all know that one of the biggest sources of greenhouse gas is actually transportation. And for myself personally, I always skateboard or scooted or bike to the city hall, so it's probably not going to affect me that much. But I know for some of you guys don't feel comfortable like doing that, especially late at night. And so, the ability to kind of zoom in is probably one of the greenest ways possible, right? It also shows leadership here in the city that we're trying to be environmentally conscious. And I think we all remembered when the pandemic first started and everyone really wasn't driving, the skies turned blue, right? It was amazing, right? I was actually able to take some pictures of the stars with my camera. It was actually kind of cool, right? And so I think we want to aspire for a very green, clean environment. So I think that's the other thing to think about is just the transportation impact. And then I know, we're so broke that we cut our dinner, right? So we're all gonna have to bring our own dinner there, right? So, or we have to move meetings later or something. But I mean, that's the other aspect is I for one, I'm eating dinner. I know some of you guys might be doing that, or some of you guys are camels. You guys just eat a bunch and then just last all night. I don't know, but I think that's the other aspect is it can, these meetings go really long, and to not be able to eat or snack because we don't have any budget now for any food can be really, I don't know how productive, as the blood sugar gets low, I don't know how productive our deliberations are going to be. So I think that's the other thing to think about is how do we eat dinner? How do we function? Because before we would eat dinner at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, but now there is no dinner, right? And do we all bring brown bag lunches? Like, how does that happen, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how do we keep a meeting productive, especially given the length of them. And then the other aspect is, I forego, just in terms of trying to be environmental, I forego all my printed packets, right? I've been doing that for a while now. And one reason I've been able to do that, and you guys can't see my setup here, but I have like 12 monitors. I have like a total setup here where I never have to print out anything anymore. And we're look at our logo. We're a tree city, right? We're, and it's kind of tragic that we're, printing stuff on paper that we look at once, right? And then we chuck it, right? And And so we get these little teeny tiny little screens that are like, VGA, 640 by 480 resolution, right? And it's like so impractical to see anything on those things. I do bring a laptop that's only 2 monitors, was really 1.5 monitors. And so like for me, like if I had to meet back in person, I would have to print out the packets again. And I hate to do that because I know that, we're a tree city, we don't want to be, printing onto dead trees, right? We don't want to be hurting the environment. It's also expensive for the city, right? I mean, the printing costs and getting them delivered and all that stuff is not cheap, right? Or driving to City Hall in your car, even if it's a Tesla, it still takes energy and it still causes greenhouse gas. I don't think that's good. So I think we should wait till after boosters, at least until we don't have to wear masks, but people could see each other. I think we should make it optional so we could be a technology forward city. And I don't mind voting on this monthly for us to keep reapproving this. Because I think this is the right direction. It shows technology leadership, it shows environmental leadership as well. So, but I'd love to hear your other guys' opinion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Coop.
So, Mr. Shikata, so there's an opportunity for council members, there's an option for council members to choose to come in to the council chambers or to do remotely. So there is a choice, right?
So Ed, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Stump.
Right. So that's really a question that the legal predicates are present for council to decide that you do want to hold your meetings either wholly remotely or allowing council members to choose to be remote. So that's legal. But then it becomes a question of council's discretion of how you want to organize your meetings. What rules do you want to make for yourselves? What expectations do you have of yourselves and your colleagues? And so what I've heard from some council members suggests that some council members are inclined to say, let's all come back in together and be in City Hall, perhaps effective November. And that's really a question of the council's discretion. It's your governance over yourselves.
I see. Okay. I feel like ever since we've been doing remotely, there's a certain amount of transparency and also interaction that was missed with the general public and with the colleagues, as Councilmember Cormack said. So, I'm inclined, if the opportunity to return to chambers, that's something that I would like to do. As Councilmember Cormack said, or was it Councilmember Stone who said that, we should come back first before the commissioners come back. So that's how I feel. I do feel that, there is there's the opportunity to have people, I guess there's an app or there's some software where you can upload the vaccination cards, proof of vaccination. So that if that's something that can be explored and done ahead of time, then the general public can upload their vaccination cards to prove that they have been vaccinated. And is that, Ms. Stump, is that something that we can do to have people upload them first and then also that only people who have been vaccinated can come to the site?
So perhaps the city can make health and safety rules for access to city facilities or certain types of services. So far, the city of Palo Alto, to my knowledge, hasn't had that kind of requirement for any citizens or residents or members of the public to participate in any of our programs. City manager can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And so that would be a step that you could take. You should discuss it. Don't make a final decision tonight because it's not specifically on your agenda, but you can discuss it. And then I think there's some practical things you need to think through with the city manager and the clerk about how that's going to be monitored and enforced. I'm sorry to use that word, but that's what we're experiencing in the restaurant world, or if you go to an athletic facility in San Francisco, you have to show. So someone has to be there at the door to check and to say, no, thank you, if a person does not come in with the appropriate documentation.
And would we be allowed to mandate mask wearing? That they have to have a mask on
County
inside?
has already, the county has already mandated that. So that's not only optional, but it is required for all of us as well. So for you and for the staff, except when we're eating or drinking.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my next question is for the clerk and for city manager. How much work would be involved with all of us returning?
Well, I'd say we have been preparing for it. It will ultimately remain to be seen through practice. But that said, I do believe we will be ready when you are, and we'll support it.
And Ms. Milton?
And Council, please forgive me for not turning on my video. I'm having connection issues. I agree with the city manager. We have been working toward this, and whatever the council's will is, we will make it happen.
Okay. And with some of the staff members who support, who are going to be speaking on the agenda item, would they be able to remain remote?
That would certainly be my recommendation, at least at the outset, so that as we, again, with the scenario, let's say the council decides you want to be in person, that certainly I would be there in person as well. And that at the same time, try to maintain the flexibility for staff to present remotely, at least initially, and get council's feedback as to how that works, and same from the public. And if it does work, that would be a new model that we would like to continue as long as we can, primarily for the flexibility and the opportunity it presents for staff to participate when needed.
Thank you. Okay.
And I think all council members, I think you were all scheduled to come in, right? And check it out like I did today to see how the setup was. I thought we were setting up meetings for everybody.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Maybe that hasn't happened yet. Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, I can maybe the mayor or somebody can explain the transparency issue and why it's more transparent that we're all there. If the council's all there in the same place, particularly if a lot of the staff is remote and actually probably a lot of the public is remote too. So we keep saying transparency, but I don't understand what that means. So maybe somebody can explain it.
Who are you asking?
You.
Oh, I don't know if I use that word. I think Councilmember Tanaka used it a lot. I said,
no, sorry, I meant the other way, which I think is less,
Yeah.
I think it's more transparent like this, where we're all unmasked. I think if we're all masked up and, we're all in the chamber and everyone else is remote, I think that's less transparent. I think it's more transparent like it is now. And that's why I would say, that's why I'm advocating that until we're actually unmasked, I think it's actually a lot less transparent. If we're all sitting there masked, it's like, I don't know, it just seems you can't see each other's expressions.
I think what I said was something about doing the public's business in public. I think there's something to be said about being there in person and having people come in. And so again, the hybrid model, the public could be either remote or in person. But
pretty vague. Can you be any more concrete?
It's just the difference between being on a two-dimensional screen and being in person, right? It's just, there's just a qualitative difference.
I mentioned transparency too. For me, it's actually seeing the public, and also there's a certain amount of seeing the interaction, even if it's body language or just facial expressions. Right now, when the public speaks, we don't see their faces, we don't see them, we just hear their voices. So to a certain extent, I feel like person to person, there's a lot more interaction and you can see a lot more.
So you'd be suggesting that the public would come too, as opposed to zooming in?
Well, I guess there's a choice, right? I think in this staff report at Places memo, it does mention provide members of the public the opportunity to comment in real time.
Right, but you can't see them if they're not there.
No, I can't see them done, no. But the opportunity is provided if they want to come to chambers.
Yeah, so just hearing everybody talk, I guess where I would be that we would start going in immediately optionally. So if people didn't want to, they could wait a month. I think we'd, encourage council members to come in, I'm talking about. And maybe we allow it to be optional until the county moves to a place where you could be unmasked in buildings. And then maybe at that point we go back to our council rules about being remote. I do think, we should talk about requirements. Councilmember Stone said vax or test, and then Councilmember Koo asked about like, how would we do that? I'd be comfortable with vax only or vax and test within, 48 hours or something. You can unmask when you're eating or drinking. Again, as things change, maybe the county will change their rules, but if we got to the point where you could unmask when you were speaking, that would probably be nice. I think Councilmember Tanaka's point, yeah, you could definitely bring your own food in if you wanted to. And then, so I think we should talk about kind of rules and conditions for council members, and then rules and conditions for the public. Are we allowed to say that? That the public has to be remote, or I would think we would have the same requirements if they're there in person, that they would have to be vaccinated or tested. But is that an option too? The council would be in person, but the public would be remote.
It is a lawful choice. Yes, you can do that.
Okay. And then, I went to the Stanford UCLA game this weekend. Everybody had to show a vaccination card and a driver's license before the game to get into the stadium, and they got whatever it was, 30,000 people in. So, it could definitely be done. And you're given a wristband, so we could do something like that at the door, where you just have to show your picture on your phone or your vaccination card and your driver's license, and then maybe we give them a wristband or whatever to get in. So I agree. I think we should go first, and the boards and commissions could follow, a month later or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel strongly about waiting till November 1st. My preference would be to start now, optionally, for people that want to do it. I think if we wait until November 1st, then, boards and commissions probably aren't coming in until January. And so, again, it is getting late, so we should probably try to bring this to a conclusion. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yeah, one question on maybe the discussion preceded my tenure, but why is it that the public isn't allowed to be on video? Is that a technical reason or just a practice? When they're speaking,
I believe it's a practice. It does somewhat date back to the days of Zoom bombing, and I'm not sure if there were some complexities that may have factored into our keeping that practice.
That's my recollection as well. We had a couple of meetings where video was allowed, and at that time it was Zoom meetings were new and there was some bad behavior. I'm sure not from anyone in our community, but from remote folks that.
Yeah, I don't quite get, that.
We only had like one or two people that had like backgrounds, and, we're like posting it on Twitter afterwards, but
I see.
I think other communities had issues,
Well, when we go into hybrid meetings and if we want to allow people to participate remotely, I think it would be good either way, whether it's in a virtual meeting like this or a hybrid meeting, to at least give them the option of being on video, even if we don't require it. And I just think it does enhance the interaction and to a degree. And if we started up in person in November and the boards and commissions didn't until January, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, they don't meet much in December anyway, and I'm not sure that that's a big problem. So I guess I would move that we begin to have the hybrid meetings at the start of November. Second, that we require either vaccination or testing within 48 hours prior to the meeting. And let's see, is there any other elements that we need to cover?
I think we should make it optional, right? Or also, does anyone know when the boosters are going to be available?
I know people have already gotten boosters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, boosters are being widely rolled out, including for occupations that are by necessity having exposure, and I think actually obligation to attend public meetings probably even qualifies for that, but it's a pretty wide band on that.
What about members of the public? Same requirements?
Oh, I was referring to members of the public on that vax or test.
So council members too, though, right?
Yeah, of course. Frankly, I think it should be a requirement that all council members are vaccinated. But well, we're city employees, so we would have already the only way we could attend without being vaccinated is to declare a religious or medical exemption. So our standard would be even higher than this one.
I think we should all get boosters. I think we should do that before we meet in person.
Well, we'll have the opportunity to do that, I believe, by November 1st.
So I think Councilmember Tanaka is asking, are you saying everybody has to be in person or council members can optionally be remote?
Well, that's one of the questions we had is what would be our new policy on remote participation and whether we liberalize that in the coming year. So I'd be not inclined to make it discretionary, but we currently allow 3 meetings a year remote, and I'd be receptive to increasing that to I'll just put for discussion purposes to increase that to 5 meetings a year that council members can participate remotely. And I'll see if there's a second. Yeah.
I'll second if we make it optional, because I think I've talked to a lot of people about the cities and no other.
No, so
Okay.
at this point in time, I wouldn't. So
I'll second it if we add language not requiring boards and commissions to return until January of 2022.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Great, thank you.
Do you guys want to speak to your motion?
I think I've spoken enough.
Yeah, and I same here. I think I covered this on in the first round, and like I said, then I'm fine returning in November or sooner. But I think this motion is sufficient for what we're trying to balance.
So I think people should come back, but while we're under this county orders to mask indoors, I think I kind of support making it optional. You know, until some point where maybe we don't have to wear masks indoors. But so that's the only thing that I'm a little concerned with.
Okay, so you're saying optional only as long as the county mandates indoor masking?
Yeah, I guess that was my idea. Just if some council member doesn't feel safe.
Yeah. All right. I'm okay with that level of discretion on it.
Me too.
So we would modify C to say that instead that attended.
No, let's just add a D and say that physical attendance is optional by council members as long as the county maintains mandatory indoor masking for public meetings.
Okay. All right, yeah, I think I'm good with that. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I actually raised my hand earlier to just talk about the thing that the vice mayor asked, which is why don't we turn the video on? And in fact, when I was finance chair last year, actually, Danny was gracious enough to actually turn the video on for the people that called in. And I think it's a really good thing. In fact, I would suggest that we do that immediately so that we get more interaction with the public. They're able to kind of convey their expression to us as well. And it'd be a lot more engaging for the public comment versus while it's off right now. So I think we should change the practice immediately and allow from here going forward to turn the video on. Because I think the Zoom bombing's largely been solved. We never got Zoom bombed on the finance committee. And I don't get Zoom bombed on my office hours either. So I think there's ways to control that. So I don't know whether do we need to make this as part of the motion or can we just do it?
I'm fine including an E that requests staff to allow virtual attendees to participate by video.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I left something out, but I'll come back to it.
Okay. And should we also, like, just for safety, not, I mean, for me, I feel very cautious about COVID. So I kind of feel like we all should get boosters before we all meet in person. I've heard that, you know, it greatly reduces the chance. And so I think that's something we should do, especially as leaders of the city, we should do this. So I don't know whether you consider an F on that.
Well, the one thing that I realized I didn't address is so far actually boosters only approved for Pfizer recipients. We expect that Moderna will come out in the next couple of weeks or so, but we don't have that yet. I don't know on mandating boosters.
Because I think we'll show responsibility because we're asking our employees to do it, right? So, I mean, not necessarily to get boosters, but to be vaccinated. I think it's a good shows good leadership for us to that, you know, we also do it, and we'll actually go above and beyond the Call of Duty, and also it's safer for all of us as well.
Well, I'm very supportive of boosters. I'm looking forward to getting it tomorrow, actually. But that's a separate question from whether we want to mandate boosters prior to physical meetings. Part of the problem is we really don't have guidance yet from the county or other health officials on that. And I'm just wondering, would there be an opportunity for us to do any refinements to these guidelines toward the end of October, just to respond to any evolving circumstances like that one?
I'm hearing from staff in the background that there might be some complexities with some of the boards and commissions due to their large size. So maybe that would be good to set an expectation that there would be a revisiting and a chance to refine once issues can be explored about, alternative rooms, et cetera.
Well, then how about if I add an F that says the council will revisit the guidelines or requirements not later than the end of October? And Councilmember Tanaka, then that would give us an opportunity to then decide whether things have evolved and boosters are starting to become a norm.
Our agendas are going to be pretty full. I mean, do you just want to trigger on, like you said, boosters aren't even mandated yet? Like, we should just make it what's standard? could just mandate it on what's standard for government employees, or, we could pick some benchmark. rather
Well,
than come
is
back.
there such a thing as a standard? I don't think there
Well,
is
the standard today is 2 shots, right?
That's not a, is that a standard requirement? Is that what you're saying? And
That's what vaccination means today.
yeah, so you're saying that there may be a new definition of vaccination at that time. I don't know that that could occur. I just don't know that we'll have that consensus, and that we may have to make our own decisions. So I don't think this would be a prolonged discussion the next time we have it. We've fleshed out most of this. So I think that latter part of October, we probably need to do this, not the very last meeting in October, to give ourselves.
I'm just trying to be practical. We have a holiday in the middle of the month. It's,
Well, we went through agendas this morning, and it was surprisingly light agendas for the next few meetings, I thought. Now
I thought they were heavy, but.
Did you? Okay.
Right.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd be okay including that guidance of kind of the default standard if one exists at that time on, so we could word it in terms of on, let's see. So maybe that would it'd be a new F and roll this F down to G, I think. So the new F would be if there is a default standard in Santa Clara County for public meetings requiring boosters, then the city of Palo Alto will adopt that standard. And then on this, do we still need a G? Molly, you were saying there might be some value to it.
So just, I'm sorry, clarification on F. We didn't notice a vaccination policy discussion tonight, so we're not making a new rule here regarding employees and mandatory boosters. This is still about your meetings, yes?
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine a county public health rule on public meetings particularly.
Yes, and I would also admit that while noting earlier that staff has been working toward in-person meetings, and so we'll figure out how to make it work, that actually checking vaccination status on the entrance to your meetings will require additional staffing. So we'll need to take a look at what it will require logistically, and quite frankly, from a privacy standpoint as to how we will address that.
Well, San Jose, is my understanding, it's already adopted that policy a few weeks ago. Have they implemented it? I thought so.
I do not know. So, and again, quite frankly, San Jose starts its meetings during the day. Sometimes finishes them during the day, and then so having the additional staff is perhaps more easily accommodated in that case.
Yeah, and the clerk, I just need to add that the clerk texted me that their IT says there may be a technical challenge to allow videos from the public, and so I just want to modify that one, leave it in place, but to say barring technical barriers doing so.
So Councilmember Cormack's had her hand up.
Actually, sorry, I had a couple quick things.
So Councilmember Tanaka, you've gone a couple times in a row. Could we come back to you, but
Sure.
let a couple more people. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. But in B, does the maker intend that also staff, public staff, and the city council members? Just to be comprehensive.
Yeah, it was,
It just says public and city council members.
oh, I see. Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
And then C is going to take effect when?
Sorry?
I'm trying to understand the interaction between C and D. So is C only take effect after the county gets rid of mandatory indoor masking? I can see a conflict between C and D. I'm trying to understand.
I
it.
see.
So
Well, the
I would just-
intention.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
Maybe I can help. So I would suggest that as long as D is in place, there is no, your rule on the number of times is not being enforced. It's suspended. That's the situation that you've been in for the last however many 18 months that we've been involved in this. So sounds like C would be upon the end of the mandatory indoor masking, then you would revert to that council protocol rule and you would increase
Okay,
the
so
amount.
Maybe switch
then-
C and D, and then, yeah.
Well, what I was
then-
going to
go ahead.
say was just put a clause where on D, just say upon the end of mandatory indoor masking, comma, and then the balance.
Great, that looks good. I guess I should wait. I'm not recalling your seconder. Councilmember Stone, okay with you? We'll just manage this as we go.
That was, I was going to bring that up, so I'm glad you did. Thank you.
Just checking as I fly along here.
Sorry about that.
And then the 5 meetings per year, will our old rules pertain where you have to identify the location of where you are? Or is that also suspended under the new
So
situation?
it's so, okay. So you can use the new Brown Act revision only as long as there is a declared state of emergency.
Okay.
This one is declared statewide at some point. It will no doubt be wrapped up and concluded. Future states of emergency could be local, but they have to be real. Obviously, if there's a flood or a fire and you're not able to meet in person, you're allowed to use that Brown Act exception. But once we're at some point through COVID and there's no state of emergency on COVID and there's no other local emergency, then you'll go back to the old traditional Brown Act rules where under D, you will have to list your location and allow the public to attend at that location.
Assuming the legislature doesn't modify those, which may very well happen.
Okay, and I'm comfortable with us going up from 3. I don't want it to be unlimited or optional. I would have said 4, 1 per quarter, but I'm fine with 5. And then in E, I just want to make sure we're allowing virtual attendees to participate by video, not requiring. I think that's important. And
That's
then,
what it says.
yeah, just want to make sure everybody's that we surface that. And then F, I'm sorry, is F in there or not?
Yes. Yes, F would be in there.
Okay. So I have a lot of concerns about the booster shots. Lots of people aren't eligible. J&J doesn't have a booster shot available. I mean, I think if really what you're getting at is people are considered fully vaccinated by the standards, I think that would be a different way of approaching it rather than having booster shots in there. Requiring full vaccination. Also,
Well,
what happens if someone's under 12? Right? What we sometimes have, people come.
But it's the county standard, and we're only saying such as booster shots. We're not saying booster.
I'm not sure I
Shots are
want to
mandatory.
adopt a
We're
default
saying that,
standard. Yeah, I'm not
okay,
comfortable with that.
well, that's different from
Yeah,
what you're
no,
saying.
we're
Okay.
talking through it. We're talking through it, Vice Mayor. I would prefer for us to reconsider it. So I'd much rather, I'll just, ask if we can delete F and then we can use G to continue to get more information.
Well, I'd even be game to put F under G as a part of G. That would be part of that discussion.
Okay, and consider adopting. Could we just say that, just soften it a bit?
Yeah.
Great, I'd be comfortable with that
If
again.
the seconder is good with those changes.
Councilmember Stone would like to join us.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you so much for taking the time to tidy this up a bit. And I'll just say that I do look forward to coming in. I am certainly happy to do potluck dinner. We're only going to be able to eat like a little bit anyway at times when we have our masks off. So I don't think the fact that the city doesn't have money to pay for our dinner should affect our decision about whether or not to get together.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing I'm wondering if we should add. I think it makes sense to bring the full city council meeting back, but maybe not our various finance and PNS and
good question.
committees. So maybe we can add that into A and say, and not requiring standing committees, ad hoc committees, boards and commissions to physically convene until January.
I think I'd be good with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good catch.
You want to ease into this, it sounds like. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, Councilmember Stone started talking about what I was going to address, which is, so at Policy and Services, we're trying to recruit a bunch of board and commissioners, and a lot of board and commissioner people are working, right? And so it's tough for them. And so I was wondering if we should not try to have a easier standard, because it broadens the pool of people that can become board and commissioners, where our boards and commissions can always be remote. And that way we expand the pool, because I've been trying to recruit people.
Well, but Councilmember Tanaka, that will run up against what becomes when the emergency is over. We default to normal practices, whether we'd like to have virtual board and commission meetings or not.
Yeah, so far the state legislature hasn't taken that step of generally going with the tech flexibility. They passed a more limited law that allowed this flexibility for declared states of emergency.
Okay, well,
if the state law is changed in that, we can have that discussion. But as of right now, it's a moot point.
Okay, my main point is I know that, because I'm sure you guys must be trying to do this as well, but I've been trying to recruit board and commission members or prospective ones, and some of them are like, well, if I have to show up, probably not, but if I can do over Zoom, probably. So I think a lot of people are thinking about that. But I get you guys' point. Thank you.
So Mayor, if I can just provide 2 notes for council's consideration, not necessarily to change anything, but just for your awareness as you make this decision. One, from a logistical standpoint, if the desire is for staff to come back by the end of October and not the last meeting in October, that would mean October 18th. That packet goes out next Thursday. Obviously, late packet can go out 2 weeks from then, but just setting expectations that likely that would be something that needs to be a late packet, since I'm not quite sure how much is going to change in the next kind of 5 to 7 business days on this one. And frankly, not sure how much staff can work through in terms of these logistical pieces to provide the council the necessary information for additional.
And I'm not sure we're expecting any additional information from staff other than sharing any changes from council guidelines that we're all going to be pretty familiar with.
Awesome. And then the other one that I just wanted to pull to folks' attention is there's very specific language in here that talks about Santa Clara County mandatory indoor masking, which is fine. I would just like council to recall where we were at back in, I think it was July, and multiple other times during this pandemic, where the county didn't necessarily institute a mandatory mask mandate, but basically did everything but do that, where they said, we highly encourage that all businesses and establishments require masking indoors. So just something for your consideration, that oftentimes throughout this pandemic, we've watched the regulations and the words used kind of fluctuate between something being a hard and fast mandate from a specific governing body versus these kind of, innuendos, I guess.
But I just say, if we get that kind of partial loosening, that's something we could discuss on the 18th.
Yep. So that was it. Just wanted to provide that as context for the council's thoughts.
So again, I'll just speak to this motion. I'm good with everything except for F. I just feel like maybe it's really the specific date there too. I mean, here we are at the end of September. We're talking about a couple of weeks later. I mean, what if we just left it up to staff to come back once situation changes, or just make it more flexible?
Well, we could modify F to say if there are any changes in any relevant changes in county guidelines or I don't know if we want to say CDC, then we can consider bringing it on the 18th.
Well, I'm saying like just then revisit it, but whether that's in November or December, I'm not, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure we need to talk about this again, October 18th.
I see.
So
well, one of the things that was a possibility is the new definition of fully vaccinated.
Yeah, city attorney.
I see. So you want to have that discussion before November 1st, because one thing that will happen under this new state law is your first item on each first meeting of the month will be to revisit the emergency and make the necessary findings. Now that can be a 3-minute item, but it could also be an opportunity for council members to discuss any updates or different changes that you want to make in meeting management.
Can that be on consent?
The law isn't clear on that. It says that you have to revisit and reconsider the emergency. I think we could interpret that to be a consent item.
And then we could pull from consent if there were relevant matters that, or we could even schedule it if we had a material change in the guidance that we felt the council would want to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so what if we deleted the no later than end of October and just said, there are relevant changes that we'll revisit it?
Okay, I'm okay with that. Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Any other hands, comments? Okay, let's start voting. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa?
Yep.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes, I think Ms. Stump's hand is up. Oh, never mind.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka? Sorry, you were muted.
Sorry, guys. Yes.
Okay. So look forward to seeing everybody November 1st. So we're on to questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. I know last week I talked about the update from the SFPUC and a possible water restrictions changing in January, but we received an email from WASCA indicating that there may be actions on water reductions as soon as next month. And of course, next month starts later this week. Has to do with the curtailment orders. It's highly unusual. It's being issued even for organizations that have pre-1914 water rights. So that's just an update from last week. I know many of us went to the Cal Cities conference, and I don't know how long you want our updates to be, Mayor Du Bois, given the fact that we use city funds. So I'll take advice. Okay. Well, I just took a few notes, so I thought I would just run through a few things. No surprise that from the economics panel, the highest unemployment during the pandemic has been in leisure and hospitality. And interestingly, now there are the most job openings also in that same sector. We certainly see that here in Palo Alto. The CEO of CalPERS, her presentation was interesting. The asset liability management cycle survey is showing 6.2% as the discount rate for the next 20 years for the expected return. So it looks like we were just a few years ahead of our time. We'll see how this adjusts for staff as we go forward. There was some discussion about whether or not there should be two different portfolios based on risk. And she indicated that there's been low interest in that other times that's been evaluated. I went to the democracy by jury discussion, and that was pretty interesting. I think the one thing that would be a flaw potentially for us is that the small group does their work away from the public. They feel that builds trust with staff and then comes back. But what they do is they do a lottery, and they send out things by email and they get by mail, and they get a much better representation of participation. So I think the Healthy Democracy organization is one worth thinking about. I attended the civility panel, and one of the best tips was to leave the emotion out and keep the empathy. Had a chance to watch the documentary about the redevelopment in Sacramento, and they had a bond fail, and then they used tax increment financing, which it was the first place in the entire country that did that. Betty Yee spoke also about hospitality, travel, and leisure, same concept. She indicated that the median city gets 1.5% of their revenue from TOT, so obviously we're not the median city. There was a speaker who talked about Class B properties and using a landlord participation program. They're doing this in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it's really super targeted at allowing BMR units in existing organizations. They are looking to expand. I think they're starting with Sacramento, so that was interesting. I think at the retail one, the one that was the most interesting point there to pull from is they talked about maker experiences at Michael's, having Macy's, have community space, and they're calling it attentional brick and mortar. I hadn't heard it called that before. And then finally, and thanks to Councilmember Koo for attending the Women's Caucus, I will again be an officer in the Women's Caucus. So I have lots more notes, but I just thought I'd run through some of the sessions I attended. And that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I attended some of the sessions that Councilmember Cormack attended. I thought the pension one was really good. I think one thing that I just talking to other cities that were there that I found really interesting is that it seemed like a lot of cities got a lot more money than we did from the COVID recovery, and I was kind of surprised by that. So I don't know what the formula was, but I was talking to one city and they're like way smaller than us, and they got way more money. I was thinking, how did that happen? But anyways, that was just some anecdotal stuff that I found just talking to folks there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I've talked to other mayors who've got a lot more money. I also went to some of those same sessions. I also shared some interesting vendors with the city manager. So that was good networking overall. There's funding available for middle mile and last mile broadband initiatives. So I was interested, and I think Townsend's going to follow up on which of those we may be eligible for. And I did like the pension and the bit about the Section 115 investing in a different higher risk, higher return portfolio. And that seemed to be at least what the cities on the panel were doing. I also went to a session for city attorneys on homeless laws, which was pretty interesting. So anyways, it was definitely worthwhile and it was a pretty good turnout, I thought, overall. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so just in addition to points others have made, I found the wildland fire session to be very interesting. In particular, a JPA that was created in Eastern Marin County for a whole series of cities. It was kind of a model collaborative agency that was formed to have stronger integration of resources and actually dedicated funding amongst them. I also found the session on human-centered design really interesting and resonating on things that had been traditional values in Palo Alto. And then there was also a very interesting session on short-term rentals, and I spoke with the presenters during the expo, and they have a data analysis model that tracks all of the different entities that are involved in short-term rental, even can anticipate when people are privately renting, not through the agency. It was a very interesting model. And then also on this question of how to perhaps get a better share of stimulus dollars. And I spoke with CEO of a company that we just had started using for the first time this last week. That is really a grant consulting company, and they insisted that there are a lot of opportunities that we could tap into. I frankly don't know what portion of the 15 or so that he was referring to we're already pursuing. But I sent just the list they sent me to Ms. Cotton Gaines today, and maybe staff can look at those and see if there's anything that we weren't aware of. So it was a pretty productive conference. I will say that it was, I didn't go to the general sessions because they were crammed together, and a lot of people in tight seating and indoors. And it was, in a way, it was a test against some of the discussions we just had. But in any event, it was a valuable meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, Councilmember Kuh.
Thank you. So I went to the general session because I was the delegate, and the items for consideration was actually changes in the bylaws. There's cleanup work in the bylaws for Cal Cities. But one of the bigger ones is regarding fully recognizing the Cal Cities diversity caucuses in the Cal City bylaw. So each of the diversity caucus would be allowed to have a representative from their membership. The other one, there's two resolutions that were being decided on. One was to work with Cal Cities to pass legislation that would provide for fair and equitable distribution of their Bradley Burns 1% local sales tax for cities that has fulfillment centers and warehouses. And the other one is basically a resolution calling upon the governor and the legislature to provide additional funding to clean up the railroad right-of-ways. Those both passed, as well as the amendments to the bylaws. And the others my colleagues had reported on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, guys. Anyways, I know we didn't get to objective standards tonight, but we shouldn't forget we did accomplish two major things with the Home Key project and the disabled affordable housing project. So I think it was a pretty good meeting, and let's adjourn the meeting on that note. So good night.